Muted. Should I go ahead and get started this game?
Do everybody have the snacks ready? Okay.
Good. Okay. Good evening. Welcome to the Brighton Area School Board of Education meeting. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Ackerman, roll call, please.
Mr. Saul.
Present.
Dr. Fred.
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Here.
Mr. Myers.
Here.
Mr. Trombley.
Here.
Mrs. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Birchfield.
Here. Do we have a motion to approve tonight's agenda as presented?
So moved.
Support. Moved by Ms. Reed, supported by Mr. Trombley. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Passes 7-0. And this will move us into the superintendent candidate first round interviews. And we will have Ms. Jennifer Hammond, who's the Executive Director of Academic Services at Muskegon Public Schools in Muskegon, Michigan, joining us here in just a minute. Hello.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hard not to shake hands with everyone.
At least we're in person, right?
Right, exactly. I don't know about you, but Zoom meetings are getting old, aren't they?
They sure are. Yes, they are. Okay, well, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to Brighton, and thanks for being here tonight. My name is Andy Birchfield, and I'll kick things off here. We have a total of 90 minutes, and we have 22 total questions. We'll spend about 75 minutes on questions from the board, and then leave you some time at the end
Sure.
to ask any questions of us, and then certainly have time for closing remarks as well. On behalf of the Brighton Area Schools, I want to welcome Jennifer Hammond to this interview for the position of our superintendent. Dr. Hammond is currently Executive Director of Academic Services for Muskegon Public Schools in Muskegon, Michigan. The interview, as I mentioned, is going to take 90 minutes with 22 questions from the board. So we'll rotate around. Actually, we'll ask in 3 question sets each, so
Okay.
that way it's not too choppy.
Good.
Mr. Silveri over back in the back will hold up cards at 20 minutes, 15 minutes, and then 10 minutes, just to keep us on track, so that you'll have a little bit of cue on that.
Okay.
As we hear from each candidate, as you know, there's 6 total candidates in this process, and we're completing that over the course of this week. This is obviously a major critical decision for our district, and we've seen the candidate profile for you, obviously, but we want to get considerable input from our community stakeholders as well. So that we make sure that we're finding the best fit for our district. Audience feedback may be submitted by clicking on the superintendent search link on the homepage of our district website and following directions that are provided there within. Although the choosing of the superintendent is the responsibility of the Board of Education as the elected representatives within the community, we certainly value and consider the input of all of our stakeholders in this process. And while we're not seeking recommendations as to which individual should be hired, we would appreciate you sharing what you see as being the strengths of this candidate, any reservations you may have, and what unanswered questions may remain. And that can be done in the feedback form that is there online for our community members. So Without further, we'll jump in and I'll handle the first set of 3 questions. So,
Sounds good.
Dr. Hammond, while we have had an opportunity to review your application materials, those watching from home have not. And so if you could please briefly review your background and share what causes you to be interested in this position at this point in your career.
Sure. And it's you can't tell, but I'm smiling behind this, okay? I was trying to think of what's the best way for you to know I'm smiling, but I'm thrilled to be here. Obviously, Brighton is an outstanding school district and a wonderful community. So I feel privileged to sit before you today and be considered for this position. A brief overview of me, Jenny Hammond. I actually grew up in Livingston County. My parents moved to Howell when I was in 6th grade from Southeast Michigan. And I'm a Howell High School graduate. After I graduated, my parents actually moved to Brighton. And my mom still lives here in Brighton, so we visit often. My sister is a few years younger than I am, and she is a Brighton High School graduate. She currently is serving as a registered nurse at Sparrow Hospital in Lansing. So you've done a great job with my sister in preparing her for her career. My mother had a business in Howell for a long time. She's semi-retired now and has a small business still here in Brighton. And my father actually worked for Detroit Edison throughout his career, started as a lineman and then ran the Howell Service Center toward the end of his career, and he's retired now. My parents, one of the things that from a very young age, they instilled in us the importance of education. Do what you want to do and love to do through education. And whatever you can do to experience that, you will be happy in life. And I was a 1st-generation college student, the first in my family to go to college. I went to Michigan State as an undergraduate, and I know several of you are Spartan fans. I have teaching certifications in secondary mathematics and health. And when I graduated from college, it was really hard to find a teaching job. And so I subbed for a few weeks, and I told my parents, I want to do anything. I'm dying to get into my own classroom. So I actually interviewed up on campus in East Lansing for a school in Houston. And within a week, I was in my car and I drove to Houston to be a secondary math teacher at an inner city high school just north of Houston. On that first day of teaching, I heard there was another teacher in that same school from Michigan. So I thought, well, I'll go say hello. I don't know anyone, so it would be nice to make some friends. This person was a science teacher, and I went and I said hello to him. And he's from Saginaw, and we have now been married for 27 years. So everything happens for a reason. A few years after, we moved back to Michigan, and I taught middle school and high school math in Hamtramck, small little town in Detroit. And at the time then, I earned my master's degree from Wayne State in mathematics education. After that, I was able to be hired at Troy Athens High School, where I was a math teacher and the student leadership advisor for the school for about 3 years. And I love that. I'm still friends with some of my students that were in that leadership cohort. I then was able to transfer to Troy High School, where I was an assistant principal. And I actually took the job because, I mean, I knew as a traditional assistant principal, you're going to do discipline and attendance, but part and master schedule building and all those fun things. But the one piece of that job that I was excited about was being able to help with after-school clubs and activities and club sports. So I still got to work with students in that experience. I was there for 8 years, worked with an amazing staff, and then started my doctorate at Oakland University, where I studied students' feeling of belongingness in a large suburban high school. So what you would think is what I found. When students feel like they belong to a community, they do better in school and stay in school longer. After that, I served as the high school principal in Grand Blanc for 11 years. Grand Blanc High School, which you probably know, is one of the largest high schools in the state of Michigan. We were a part of the KLAA for several years, competing against Brighton. but don't hold that against me in case we beat you in football or whatever, basketball. But there, we did so many fabulous things. Our admin team was great. We started in early college. We increased AP and career tech ed classes. We started an alternative high school, and they had, for several decades, have had outstanding strategic planning. And so I've always been a part of planning and reporting out on strategic plans. Currently, I am in Muskegon Public Schools curriculum office, and I have, in 3 short years, I feel like I've accomplished a lot. One of the things I'm really proud of is my relationships with staff. When I first got there, the first thing I did was get into every classroom, see what's happening, what's the culture, what's it feel like? And I could tell right away they needed support from admin. They had gone through so many leadership changes that they just figured they could outlast the next person who was going to stay a little while and then take off. I also served for about a year and a half in an interim capacity for talent management. And so I worked closely with the union and negotiated several contracts. Obviously, I've worked on curriculum, high quality instruction, and now we're working on assessment. In addition, I have been an adjunct professor at OU for leadership students. And for the past 8 years, I've been teaching online, which is, everyone is doing that now. It's not an easy job. But for the Michigan Association of Secondary School Principals, they do an alternate certification pathway. So I've had about 450 students in the last 8 years. And then you ask, why Brighton? Brighton is home. You have a great reputation. You're focused on doing what's right for students. And that's the most important piece to me and in my career. Hopefully over the next hour or so, you will see the goals and the things that I have accomplished and that they will mirror what you are looking for in a superintendent. When I saw the job posting, I actually know a few of your employees, so I thought I would call them and ask them and see what it's like to work here. How do you like it? They, to a person, said they loved it. In fact, one person said to me, I think I've died and gone to heaven. The kids are great, the administrators are great, families are supportive, and that is really tells what leadership is in the district and why I think I'd be a good asset to continue in that tradition.
Great, thank you. They didn't say anything about the board, huh?
Of course they did.
I had to ask. You don't have to answer that. So the second question I have is, what is your vision of the future of Brighton area schools under your leadership?
So obviously I've studied a little bit of your data, finances, student outcomes, and you do a nice job in all of those areas. I think one piece of the puzzle that I bring that might be something very important to you is ensuring we're meeting the needs of all students. So when a student maybe isn't making the highest test scores or grades or hasn't found their niche in what they want to try, maybe they want to be a welder or a carpenter, or maybe they want to be a doctor or a lawyer, but those pieces are really important. And in my experience, diversity is key. And not just diversity of experiences, but diversity of cultures. And in my current role, we did a couple of things to bring different cultures to our community. And we developed a relationship with a school in China and brought middle school students over for, I think it was 10 days, to stay with our middle school students all week long. And it was phenomenal. It was a great experience. We even sent some teachers over to China to learn about their system and vice versa. So diversity, experience, and meeting the needs of all.
Good, great,
Mhm.
thank you.
Mhm.
based on what you know or have learned of Brighton area schools, what do you believe are the two to three most critical long-term challenges our district will need to address? And how would your background and skills help us to address those challenges?
The first would be financial, which, I saw that just a few years ago, you were on the 5% fund equity list, as we were in Muskegon when I arrived. So that is critical. You've done a good job of maintaining your fund balance and increasing that. I am going to suppose that was on, everyone had to give a little in that. So making sure that you are financially stable and conservative, but also taking care of the people who work for you. The one piece that I was really impressed with on your data was your teacher retention rates. That is not the case in every district. And that is key. So if you're retaining your teachers, that's fabulous. But you need to be prepared in the event that you can't find a physics teacher, or things get competitive, or whatever it might be. So finances, I think teacher retention and support is critical. And then obviously your facilities are excellent. And I know you have a bond that you've passed, and you're working very closely with your contractors to meet those goals. And I think that's also a key. The brick and mortar of school may change a little bit, I think, after all of this. But I think in the end, what we've learned are those relationships are key. So keeping our brick and mortar, but maybe thinking differently of how school looks, being prepared for that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Hammond, my name is Laura Mitchell, and I'm going to be asking you some questions relating to district relations.
Sure.
Maintaining healthy relationships with school and community stakeholders is important to the Board of Education. Please share with us how you have gone about building and maintaining successful relationships with all members of the school community.
Let me talk a little bit, expand on the story I told when I arrived in Muskegon, and how teachers really didn't have a whole lot of trust, especially somebody who's coming in my classroom and why are you telling good things to me about my teaching? And just being honest and open and listening and partnering with them. When we negotiated those several contracts, when we started the negotiations, the union said, typically we have a lawyer at both sides of the table. And typically there's usually some bad feelings, and sometimes there are tears and yelling. And when we started, I said, that's not going to be the case. We're going to be respectful. We're going to be honest. We'll be true to what our purpose is. And so that really did help build the staff experiences and trust in me. I give a lot of positive feedback, write letters, etc. For parents, probably in my years at Grand Blanc High School, that was the strongest relationship, because I would work with them all the time. And I'd always have a core group of parents, and we would meet every month or so. And from that core group, then we would do different projects together. Parents always had an open door to me. I also always encouraged my administrative team to solve whatever parent issue they had at their level. And so that empowered them to also build those relationships with parents. In terms of community, I've done a couple of projects that have been very just and uplifting. One of the things in Muskegon that students typically would not want to go to our Career and Tech Center because they liked being in our home school. Same thing in Grand Blanc, but more so in Muskegon. So we just started a geometry and construction class. So it's a 2-hour block. They learn geometry and they learn construction at the same time. And you know, when you apply your learning, you learn it so much better. But we need a construction teacher, and that's hard to find in these days. So we talked to Community Encompass, who builds homes in our community for first-time home buyers. And they lent us the construction teacher. And that was wonderful this year, and so last year. This year we'll extend it to Algebra 2 in construction, where they can go out and they're going to help build those homes. So it's really, those are some ways to do that, and they want to help all the time. The community wants to help, they just need to know how.
Thank you. What are some examples of community activities in which you have provided leadership, and in what ways did this benefit your district?
I think communities and leadership. Is community and leadership?
Yeah, what,
Okay.
do you want me to repeat the question?
Sure.
Okay. What are some examples of community activities in which you have provided leadership,
Okay.
and in what ways did this benefit your district?
Okay. So one example, I have a couple of them, but I'll start with the most recent because I enjoy it a lot. I'm a Muskegon Rotary member, and as a Rotary member, a new member, you have to join a committee. And with my health background, I enjoy the Wellness and Health Committee. Plus, they helped us start a wellness committee for our staff. So I already knew the gal who ran it. So we started talking in the spring about Traverse City has a Safe Rides to School program called Norte. And it's run by parents. They started it up by parents, and they identify biking routes to school for students that are safe. And so what we've been doing is working a small group of us to identify safe routes. So we've ridden the routes a few times. Where are the crosswalks? Are they clear? Is the traffic too fast? Is there a missing stop sign? Whatever that might be. And then what we will do, and I'm working too now with the PE teachers, because we've got a couple other schools that want to get on board. And then our goal is to publish that not just for our students that always have adults to lead them, but also for our community, to do a safe ride throughout our community so that all crosswalks and everyone can be safe. We'll also do some bike safety and helmet safety and things like that, but that's one example.
How do you think various stakeholders, such as parents, community members, and staff members, should be involved in our planning process and in setting direction for the district?
I'm going to use my experience in Grand Blanc with the strategic planning process. We would have a very large committee to start with to review all the data. Typically, we would have a new strategic plan about every 7 years. We would invite parents, students, obviously staff members, and then identify which areas that needed focusing on. And typically, you would have an operations or facilities, instruction, finance, etc. And then we would go into smaller groups and break out. We could add people as we needed. We always did satisfaction surveys and perception surveys of parents and students and staff so we could get better at what it was we were doing. The thing about strategic planning in my experience is you have to monitor it over time. So annually, the responsibility of the administrators would be to come to the board meeting and report out on what was impacting my building, and then I would have to share that with the board. Because without that accountability or that reporting aspect, you could easily let that kind of slide away and not worry about it for 7 more years. So accountability is key. Parents are important. Students will be honest with you, the most honest if you can include them, even the smallest of students. We have a program in our 2nd grade called Project Place, and the civic responsibility is to look at their surrounding public areas and make recommendations. And the 2nd graders have no problem giving us recommendations of how to improve our community. So I would include all if we could.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Hammer. Hi, I'm Alicia Reed. In what specific ways should our district be working with other districts to help meet the needs of both our students and theirs?
There are a variety of ways you can. One example that I've experienced it's a little outdated now. I'm sure they're using better technology, but in Genesee County, we had a GenNet room. So in GenNet, students might want to take Chinese, Mandarin Chinese. So they would go to the library and take that course in that time, but the teacher might be from Bentley that's teaching Chinese. Our goal with our geometry and construction and algebra 2, we also started a teacher academy. I've been working with the CTC in Muskegon County to try to be a satellite version and allow other students from other districts to come to our programming. Because CTC, I'm sure in Livingston County as well, is typically full. And so they need to get closer so kids don't spend as much time on the bus, but they're in their home building. There are other ways. Sometimes the pupil accounting rules don't allow for it, and especially in this time of COVID, we're learning more and more about those pupil accounting rules. For example, a teacher can't necessarily teach another section. You have to be careful about some of those rules. But the other ideas too would be teaching online or Zoom. We would like to bring, I'd like to see more immersion programs, whether it's Spanish or Chinese. And that maybe isn't working with the K-12 school, but a university. And talking to Michigan State, they have the Confucius Institute where they bring teachers from China in and certify them. So those are some different ideas.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What impact do you feel the Every Student Succeeds Act has had on Michigan school districts?
I think there are some good aspects and there are some drawbacks. I think one thing as educators, we're getting to a point, and I think you definitely see this in the time that we're either in shutdown or hybrid or whatever a district might be in, is the high stakes test. So they're planning for us to take them at the secondary level in the fall. And students haven't been in school in some cases in 6 months. And so that's definitely going to be a challenge. It's very stressful. The high stakes accountability is very stressful for students. On the other hand, I feel like we as educators have also prepped our students better to do well on exams. In Brighton at the high school, your scores are above state average, 15 to 20%, and above comparable districts. I know though, with alternative schools, that is very, very difficult to meet. And the last thing an alternative student needs is extra pressure to do well on a math or reading test. So there are some good pieces in terms of accountability, but also what I personally don't like is the stress that it puts on an individual student, and really making sure we take care of them along the way.
I've got one more if I can get my paper to turn. Kind of building off of that, what impact has standardized testing and teacher accountability had on our education system here in Michigan?
So I should remember the year, but I didn't quite. 6, 7, 8 years ago, the state of Michigan passed the rules about state testing and the impact. And so I believe strongly in always voicing your opinion to your governmental officials about education, because sometimes they don't know about that. And I was appointed by the Senate chair to serve on the Michigan Council for Educator Effectiveness. And I felt strongly because not all of there were 5 members, 5 voting members, not all were educators. And if you haven't been an educator, you don't know what that impact will be. So our recommendations, we worked for 2 years. I worked closely with Deborah Ball from the University of Michigan. She was the chair. She's an outstanding educator. And we have a project we're working on right now too. But our council did agree that observations and evaluations were important to provide strong feedback. But what we didn't agree with the legislature was that testing was, had the same type of impact. There are too many factors within a test score to link it back to the teacher. Now, the legislature didn't agree with our recommendations, but that we felt strongly about that. And in working with teachers when that came into effect, it was very, very stressful for them. And it was really important for us as administrators to explain to teachers, our intent, you aren't going to lose your job because of test scores. If you're a good teacher in terms of instruction and you have these pieces of good instruction, the test scores will come. So let's focus on this part and not always worry about the test scores because they will come. So I have a little experience in that.
Thank you.
Dr. Hanlon, my name is Ted Stahl. Welcome.
Thank you.
Colin. My questions will be about leadership attributes. My first question, if you please describe your typical style of leading and talk about situations in which you may vary from that style.
Typically, I would be a more collaborative leader. So as an example, I spoke about the Grand Blanc Early College. Let me talk about that project and give you an example. Our students had the opportunity to go to an early college outside of our high school, but they didn't want to leave high school. They wanted to be with their friends. They wanted to be with our teachers. So we put a group together to talk about, could we partner with U of M Flint? They were at the table the whole time. And could we still see the same benefits as the U of M Flint Early College, but on our campus? We brought students in, we talked to parents, we talked to teachers because they were concerned about, is this going to impact, am I going to lose my job if too many kids go to early college or et cetera? So we spent a good year and a half planning that and collaborating. And things that, I knew inside what kids tell you, again, they're as honest as anyone, they wanted to graduate with their class. They didn't want to be on campus the 5th year, but they wanted to be on campus those 4 years. So we designed a program where as juniors and seniors, they were on campus and they were in their cohort with their college professor. But then on year 5, it was all online and at the college. So all of that feedback was really, really important in that particular case. There are definitely times when a leader has to make a decision without, time and prep and planning. Any type of emergency situation, safety, security involving any student or staff is critical. And making sure too that your building leaders are trained up and confident in making those decisions is key. One example, it was probably about 4 or 5 years ago, we had a bomb threat at Grand Blanc High School. And typically it's not unusual to get them, but this one sounded pretty real. So we locked everything down, nobody in, nobody out. We had multiple police agencies coming in, and they were doing the perimeter and doing all the searching, and everyone was in their room, but the main hub was the office where the secretaries would man the phones. And there was an officer he got very agitated, and he'd come in all excited about what was happening. And I could tell his tenor was making the other people in the command center, heightened. And so in that case, when the police come on your scene, they're in charge. You're not in charge, they're in charge. But he was making it so that we couldn't do what we needed to do as a school district. And so I politely and very nicely just pulled him aside and said, when you're feeling this way, let's go to this small conference room. I'll go with you, we'll talk privately, and then everyone can calm down. So sometimes you've got to make some tough decisions, and safety and security is the number one that you probably are not going to have enough time to ask somebody else. So experience matters.
Thank you. My second question, what is the most difficult situation you've had to deal with in your educational career? And how was it resolved?
I would say anytime there has been either a student or staff death. And especially when you're in bigger communities, that happens more often. And there's never any resolution to it, but I find that that's the hardest thing to do when you're hurting on the inside, but you need to be that strength for your staff or parents or students. And a few years ago, we had a young teacher pass away unexpectedly. And I got a text in the middle of the night about it. She had just had the flu and passed away. And everyone loved her. And the middle of the night, I called the superintendent and I said, we cannot bring 2,700 kids into this building and then expect our 200 staff members to be okay and to help students. And he said, I'm not sure I agree with you, but it's your call. So we called school off that day. We grouped as a staff, and there were a lot of tears, but it was good that we could be together. And then by the afternoon, some kids had put together a memorial, a candlelight vigil. And we had, of course, extra counselors for staff and for students if they needed that. But that was really critical in terms of our healing. And I don't know you ever resolve it, but you try to do the best you can, even when you're hurting.
How do you lead in situations where you don't have authority over the people involved?
like the police officer.
Have you been in that position before in your career? And if so, how did you handle it?
Well, I think at some point, that's one example. I think an important part of leadership is not who am I over, who reports to me, who do I supervise? It's more about communication. So let's say I get the position and, we may have a conversation, but we disagree. I have no authority over Mr. Birchfield in any way, but I'm always going to respectfully and politely state my purpose, data behind it, and why it's good for students. I'm not a shy person, but I have always been told I'm respectful and calm, even in the most heated of circumstances. And that police example is one that I feel like I'm a good observer of people and knowing when do I need to step in and when do I need something to allow to take its course.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Dr. Hammond. Angela Kress. Nice to meet you. I'm going to ask you some questions about instruction and curriculum.
Okay.
So the first one I'd like to ask you is, could you please give us some examples of educational change or reform that you have initiated in your current or previous positions that have led to improvements in student learning?
Yes, absolutely. So let me use my current experience at Muskegon Public Schools. Muskegon Public Schools is a high poverty school district, 100% free and reduced lunch. When I explained when I started in April of 2017, and one of my first goals was just to get a feel for the culture. What's happening in the classroom? What are students learning? How are teachers doing what they do best? And it was very evident to me right away that teachers had not been given the training or the materials or the curriculum to do their job. And the other thing about Muskegon is our teacher retention was awful. And so we would hire a new teacher, really train them up in classroom management and questioning and all those important pieces. And then 2 or 3 years down the road, they'd go take a job somewhere else. So the change that has happened in Muskegon in the past 3 years, One, we have put together a 7-year cycle for curriculum review. Now that's difficult to do when they haven't had new curriculum in 20 years, but we are on the right path. It might take 10 years to get them all done, but we are in the right, on the right path. We have a process for the development of curriculum. There is steps that they have to go through. They have to work with a team of teachers. They're required to pilot the curriculum. The other piece that we've added this year is we're going to survey students on how they are interacting, whether it's an interface on the computer or the materials that they're reading, whatever it might be, and then also collect grades from the assessments that the students have taken. Along with the curriculum development, the other piece, we are a My Excel Blueprint school and that district. And that means that we are working on creating systems so that, like I said earlier, they have been through so many administrators, and when somebody leaves, the whole process leaves with them. So we have to set something up that it will be entrenched in how we do business. And so the My Excel Blueprint calls for classroom audits. And so what we developed in our core areas was high quality instruction, what it looks like beyond what, say, a principal would look for in an evaluation, more so what does good reading instruction look like? What is the teacher doing and what is the student doing? And then we do regular audits and compare the data for our school and district improvement plan. And then my last piece, there are many, but my last piece is this year, our students have always struggled with reading. And we wanted to find the best elementary reading program we could find. Steeped in research, easily trainable, and also consistent from each teacher and each building. And we implemented it this past school year. It's called Success for All, and it is intensive, but our students are very far behind in reading. And what happens at the elementary school, it's a 90-minute block of time, and students move according to their reading levels. So you don't stay necessarily with your teacher, but you might move. And we were seeing, before March 16th, we were seeing some wonderful gains in that approach. It is student-centered, talking and reading together with your partner, and I'm really, really proud of that. There are other things, like the Deborah Ball project that we're working on, that's a math piece, and I know you're a math professor, so you would appreciate that, but really that belongingness in math is another project we're working on, so.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What do you believe are currently the biggest challenges with special education in our region? How do you think how should these challenges be addressed?
That is a good question. I think the challenge is a misunderstanding or maybe just not well communicated what the requirements are that should be happening versus what has been happening in the classroom. So here's the example. When I came into Muskegon, we had a new special education director as well. We had a lot of findings from the state of Michigan because we weren't following the laws. We weren't following the rules. And so a lot of findings, a lot of time and money spent fixing the system. But while that was being fixed, we really needed to bring the teachers along as well. Because you might have a student that is in a level 2 classroom 2 hours a day, but goes out to math and science because those maybe aren't his areas of disability or whatever it might be. But making sure that the teacher in the classroom is supported and knows how to help and educate that child. One thing we are adding that I think, two things that we've done recently. One, we've really increased our team teaching in English classes and in math classes because that's where students typically have their learning disabilities. And then the other piece this year, out of my office, I have instructional coaches. So they help support new teachers and give feedback. we're bringing in one of our veteran special ed teachers, actually the union president, and she will be in my office and she will help our special ed teachers and our team teachers meet the needs of our students. She is an excellent teacher and has a wealth of knowledge, and I think that will make a lot of difference.
Thank you. One more question about curriculum and instruction. So how do you think we can best meet the needs of college readiness while also providing high-quality, relevant, career-focused opportunities for students?
I've done it, and it's a wide variety of experiences. Let me, I'll give you a current example. In our alternative high school in Muskegon, our students are not doing well on their standardized tests, so we're a partnership with MDE working on some of those pieces. And one of the things that we found, they weren't getting any exposure to career and college ready. They were sitting in the classroom doing their math and reading and science and social studies that they hadn't been successful in for 10 years or 11 years. So we have started to do mentoring with community groups. We've done, they do, he calls it something Tuesday, like Special Tuesday, and then they bring speakers in. They go on job sites. We were going to have Arconic is a manufacturer in our community, and we were going to place students in that setting to learn how to be good employees, how to show up to work, how to dress, and they would help train. I think it's just making sure that you have a little bit of everything, because my philosophy when I was a high school principal, I'd rather have a student take AP biology in high school and decide I can't cut up a frog, so being a doctor is not what I wanted to do. And I would rather have them experience in high school rather than the parents or someone has to pay for it in college and they just spent 2 years going to college and that's not what they want to do. There are some college and career programs that the state uses. I think we've done a little bit better with moving it further down in the elementary school as well. So students start learning about careers earlier. The Project Place program that I talked about for second grade is really gets students out into the community and talking to their elected officials and being owners of their own community. And so some of our students, we have, let's say, I think it's about 3,600 kids. When you ask them how many had ever been to Lake Michigan, which Muskegon is on Lake Michigan, about a quarter. And so giving them those experiences, teaching them to swim, all of those things I think are critical. And it's not just one lane, you know, it's multiple lanes and getting those experiences.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Dr. Hammond. My name is Roger Myers, and I'm going to be asking you some questions regarding operations and finance.
Okay.
My first question is, please describe your experience with budget development and financial management, and what is the greatest financial challenge you have faced, and how did you successfully resolve it?
Okay, my experience with financial management and budgeting. It was unique when I was at Grand Blanc High School because we had so many career and tech ed courses. We had funding. So as a high school principal, I had about a $700,000 budget that I worked with, which is unusual for a high school principal to have. As the curriculum director for Muskegon, our grants that I am directly responsible for add up to about $7 million. And this year with the CARES Act, it's a little over 10 million. But one thing that I noticed right away was looking at those grants in terms of being responsible. What are allowable expenses? What is impacting the classroom the most, and making sure we're using and spending that money wisely. I mentioned we were less than 5% fund equity when I arrived. So we looked carefully at those grants to see what general fund monies could go and were appropriate to go into those grants. So that's my experience. The other piece I feel strongly about is anything with funding, if there are cuts or closures, that you are keeping it as far from the classroom as you possibly can. I know in most cases that is often difficult because most of your expenditures are on personnel. I have some papers for you. I have a letter of recommendation from our CFO. We worked closely together before she retired in December, and same with our new CFO. The other piece of planning and budgeting, I was a really critical part in was staffing. So what I found when I got there is, I learned this way back in Troy, that, and she always, our assistant superintendent, held us very tight on staffing. And so I use that same philosophy moving forward, making sure that you really need that personnel before you post the position and hire the position. And that wasn't necessarily the case when I arrived. When someone would leave, they would post a new job and then the new person would come in. So really watching our numbers carefully and ensuring that the staff that we're hiring is the staff that we need. Also in Muskegon, we've closed an elementary school. So I've worked very closely with our cabinet team to make sure the transition has been somewhat smooth. It's always difficult to close a school, but in terms of being fiscally responsible, there was really no other choice.
Thank you. My next question is, how have you gone about prioritizing the allocation of financial resources in the best interests of students, staff, and the district as a whole? And as part of that, what are your top 3 priorities when establishing a district budget?
Okay, so district budget, top 3 priorities. And the first part was?
How have you gone about prioritizing the allocation of financial resources in the best interests of students, staff, and the district as a whole?
So I've talked a little bit into this topic along the way. One definitely is staffing and the need for personnel. One example, and this is definitely a priority for us right now, we have a couple of open positions, but we're not certain what those numbers will be. So we will hold tight and be ready to hire if we have to, but that is a number 1 priority, would be making sure that the staffing that we have is the staffing that we need. Another priority definitely, again, would be class size, and that's something, of course, related to staffing, but that's something that is important for the education of our children. The more students that you put in the classroom, the teacher, while they do a great job, it's harder to educate and build relationships with 32 kids than it is for 24 kids. So that would be a priority. Obviously, facilities, maintenance, transportation, in this day and age, obviously technology, internet, that's more than 3 priorities, but all of those are going to be imperative. One piece that we have been working on is internet for students. So if you're teaching online and the student doesn't have internet, then you can't teach. So while that might have been not a high priority, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, it just moved up to number 1 or 2. I've given you multiple priorities, maybe not 3.
Well, thank you. My next question is, please share your experiences with non-traditional revenue generating programs and shared services. How can these be maximized for the greatest benefit to our district?
When I went to Muskegon, we had a shared time program with 3 of our private schools. I would go in, I would work with the principal, hire the staff, and then do observations, evaluations. And the rules for shared time had changed several years ago, but no one had changed them. And so we were not making money on the program anymore. And I believe Brighton took those schools over. So that can be a good fund enhancer. But you have to be crystal clear about your expectations, your number of students, pricing of staff and benefits and those pieces. Other ways for fund revenue, I've seen energy. I know that was popular a couple years ago. Energy conservation, monitoring temperatures, airflow, turning things off. We even had, like, I haven't seen them here, but sometimes people will bring in personal refrigerators. Now, it might not seem like a lot, but when you plug it in, it's $50 a year. And if, 200 people have them, that makes a difference. Sharing resources might be, I talked a little bit about like a Mandarin Chinese teacher that you could share with a district that allows you to do a program, but you're not having to hire a full-time teacher in that same regard.
Thank you. And my final question is, what is the most effective way to finance capital improvements, both in the short term and long term?
What's the first few words?
Effective way
Effective.
to finance capital improvements.
Capital improvements, in Grand Blanc, we always, every 3 to 5 years, had sinking fund, which helped in some of our improvements. We did bond issues every so many years. In Muskegon, I sat on the bond committee from its inception to ensure that we were going to be able to make the improvements that we needed to. We have sold some of our buildings, so that sometimes is an area that you can have additional cash flow to fund projects. But those are the ways I've had experience.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Hammond, I'm Bill Trombley.
Hi.
And I'll ask you about staffing and personnel.
Okay.
Could you please describe your most successful experience in building a high-performing work team?
I've built a couple. I'll go back to kind of my example of the special ed instructional coach. The team I have now are all grant funded. We have 4 curriculum specialists, and then we have grade level coaches to help with teachers, and then I have a few secretaries. Our team is strong, and it's taken a few years to build the team, and our team is strong because we communicate regularly, clear expectations, especially since we've shut down. That team has been critical in supporting teachers to deliver content. If that team wasn't a high-functioning team, we would not be able to do what we're doing this fall. They are hardworking. They are always available. I try not to email them on the weekends, but once in a while I can't help myself. And they are not afraid to share their opinions because they know their opinions matter. Here's an example. So in Muskegon, the decision has been made to go fully online. And so we've been working as soon as last school year ended. My team has been working since June 15th on the new school year. And we've had teachers developing lessons online. We've ordered some new content. But these instructional specialists have said at times throughout the summer, teachers need this, or they need to hear from you, or they need this. So we do, tomorrow I have one, and Thursday, talking to teachers via Zoom about what the fall will look like. Regular newsletters, training, planning, hardworking, smart people, and we all have the same goal, to do what's right for our students.
What would the president of the teachers union describe you, or how would they describe you?
I have a good relationship with the union leadership. There have been a few over the last couple of years. I think they would say I'm honest. I am open. We often will talk about issues or programs before they go out, like let's try to avoid where this stumbling block will be before we roll it out to everyone. I got a text over the weekend from a union leader and saying, our teachers are concerned about Zoom meetings and some pieces around it. And so we talked through that so that she could then go back to her group and explain how we were handling that at a district level. We, I think it was in July, I saw another union leader at Meyer, and she said, are you getting any sleep? I said, no, but we need to get together and talk about what does the fall look like? Because Jenny Hammond can't put together a plan. It needs to be a group that puts the plan together. So that next week, our team and their team sat down to kind of work out some issues and some concerns. And honestly, one of the biggest concerns, there were a lot, but one of the biggest concerns that I thought we handled very well was teachers were concerned about their own children. What if my own child doesn't go to school? What am I supposed to do if they're sitting at home? And so we worked closely with our Boys and Girls Club, and they're going to offer daytime programming for our teachers' children, ages like 5 to 13 or 14. So that way the teacher can do their job in the building and know that their child is cared for. So I think they'd say I'm honest and problem solving and open.
What would you suggest in terms of a comprehensive professional development plan for our educators? And specifically, what would be the key priority areas as well as the delivery system?
That too has changed recently. One thing that I've always done in the past is a regular survey of the teachers, asking them, what is it you need? And I start with that. Then I talk with administrators about the district and the school improvement plan and what those goals are and how we would best meet our teachers' needs in terms of that. All of that changed ever so slightly with COVID and virtual learning and teaching. And so what we've done is put together, we have just a few days of professional development coming up, but we put together a technology menu of courses for teachers to choose from. And they might be from our ISD, our own teachers volunteered to lead some of the sessions. And so I just sent that out in our newsletter, our office newsletter, and several teachers said, well, there are so many good things on that list, I want to go to all of them. So then that cued me in, well, we need to video them, record them, and then post them for teachers to see later. But nothing is worse, and we've all been there and done this, than sitting in professional development that you don't feel like you need or it's useless. And so asking the people who do the work, how can we help you do your work better? That would be my plan. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we are now at the point of, I'm going to give you an opportunity to have a few minutes to ask questions you might have before.
Oh, I have just one. And whoever or all, if you would like to answer, that'd be great. I am curious to know, because you're all community members and you're very dedicated to what you do. I'm curious, what makes you excited about the school district, about what you do? What are you proud of? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, I have 2 kids in the district. One of a senior this year and a sophomore. Mm-hmm. And they've been here since kindergarten. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I think there were some problems early on in my son's starting off, but things have developed and worked out. And, you know, the hometown feel of everybody's engaged and involved in the school, you know, because there's only the school here, the only football field around in the area. And, you know, I think it's a whole community sense of belonging, which excites me for being here.
Nice. Good. Hopefully his senior year is a good one.
Well, I don't know about this year.
Not like last year's seniors. Oh,
Right.
It's heartbreaking.
I think I'm gonna stick with the children. I have 2 that have graduated and 1 that's 4th grade now.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, he's going to 6th grade. He's turning 11.
Time flies.
The opportunities that our district, our teachers, our leadership has given them. My 2 oldest have excelled. 1 is already graduated with a degree in something called aeronautical management. I didn't know it existed. And my daughter is at state and just amazing. I'm hoping that's gonna change the world somehow. And what our staff and our program has done and what it's brought out of those children. I see the same thing happening with my 11-year-old. He's well on his way. Just a lot of opportunities that we've been able to provide children in general, their sense of community and their sense of what is going on in the community and what they want to be a part of. They come out wanting to be leaders. There's no doubt about it.
And that's nice. Not all students see the world as being bigger than just them, especially when they're teenagers. So that's nice. Very nice.
So for me, I have 4 children, 2 of whom have already graduated from Brighton. I also have 2 that are still in Brighton, one of whom is a senior this year. And for me, what I think excites me the most about being here is, I mean, we have a very dynamic community who just really supports the school system 110%. And I mean, as a district, we really, I believe, do a great job of building on that foundation. And, you know, we have a lot of great leaders that leverage that community support, that are willing to, you know, do whatever they can to provide as diverse of opportunities that they can for the students, to provide, you know, the greatest academic opportunity, but also the broadest range of opportunities for all children of all walks of life within our community. And, you know, to me, I mean, we were last year the world champions in robotics. We were an ESPN top 5 of Project Unify nationwide. I mean, and to me, I mean, that really speaks volumes, just those 2 examples alone, and there are many others. I'm not trying to, you know, exclude any of the other great programs and groups that we have, but, you know, I think that speaks volumes as to the, not only the diversity of the opportunities that we provide for our students, but I think it also speaks volumes to the depth of the investment that and the commitment that we have to each of those organizations to support them to the greatest degree possible so they can experience the greatest success possible. And I think I mean, to me, I mean, I just couldn't imagine, you know, that type of success and commitment in any other district that would be better than that.
Kind of following up what Roger's talking about, I have 2 children who they've already graduated, but I was thinking of the Project Unify and looking at these other things. But as I'm looking across here, we have things that come from our teachers. There's our pet dogs, which is just, you know, just a real point of pride is that we have a dog, at least one dog in each of these buildings to support students and staff. And the support that when an idea comes up that we have for staff and faculty when this happens, I think is just really wonderful that faculty are able to do this.
I have a daughter in the district, and before I ran for school board, I always saw that it's easy to complain, it's hard for solutions. And so to be part of the district and be able to make it successful for both my daughter, my family, friends, and the community, that makes me excited.
It's I have 3 kids in the district, and I think looking back over the years and what this has always been a great community, but what it's evolved into is being such a highly desirable place to be. And I think that's a testament to the makeup of our community. I think it's a testament to the investment our community makes in the schools, not just financially, but the overwhelming support. I mean, this dog program is an example of the perfect, you know, that indicative of that. The robotics program is indicative of that, of just the immense amount of hours that are dedicated. The performing arts, you know, productions that are put on every year they blow you away. You know, and the success, whether it be with our band and our choir and our orchestra and our athletics, and it's just it's very exciting to see that, and it's proud. I mean, you drive down Main Street and you have that true community feeling, and we're very fortunate.
In fact, the bulldog signs that you have on Main Street. So I can't remember, those have been up for a little while, but when I was in Grand Blanc, I quickly went back and said, we need those. So we got, I mean, it's just a sense of pride that wherever you go, you know you have support.
And I would have to say, you know, I think of all of us, I'm the most recent addition to the community. My family's only been here for about 6 years. I've got 2 kids in the district, and I got to tell you, my first homecoming parade, our first fall here, it was like, wow, this is the place to be. It is the community strength, the community support that this district enjoys is amazing, and it makes all of these things possible. Without the depth of commitment from our local businesses and our parents, the retired teachers and the retirees in the area, I mean, everybody pulls together and makes all of this possible. And I feel so privileged to be a part of it, both as a parent and here as a school board member, just to try and take this great thing that we have and make sure that it continues forward to support all of the students to come.
Well, it's hard to close with all of those great things. I commend you for your commitment and your foresight and your financial, obviously, commitment to the district and making it a viable district in a time of uncertainty. And I hope I've portrayed my experiences and my accomplishments. I think my belief in education and the importance of the experiences that all of our students should have, hopefully has come through. I am a lifelong learner, and that's what I always hope to inspire in my students. Always, I love teaching, I always have, so I'm always the first teacher no matter what, but I also love to learn. And instilling that pride and that love of learning, and also making sure, and someone mentioned it here, about being respectful and good citizens and giving back to your community. You're all modeling it. And so that, of course, will always go down to be very important for our students, whether it's character ed or experiences or giving back to the community. So hopefully I have shared with you my level of commitment and my expertise, and I think it would be an excellent fit. And I wish you the best of luck in your very difficult decision.
Thank you, Dr. Hammond. And again, we appreciate you being here and your interest in the superintendent position. As I mentioned earlier, we're interviewing 6 candidates this week, and we plan to conduct a second round of interviews the week of September 1st. So September 1st, 2nd, right around that time frame. And this coming Friday, we're expecting to narrow the search down to our finalists. So we should be back in touch. We're having a decision here soon.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and safe travels.
Yes, thank you very much.
So we'll go ahead and take a recess and reconvene in probably 10 minutes or so.
Hopefully our next candidate will be here, but
Okay.
Should we take a longer recess to give them more time?
Yeah, we could go 15. Yeah.
He's scheduled for 7:30, is that?
7:40.
7:40.
7:40? Okay.
Manka?
Yes, yep,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, are we back? We're back on?
Back live.
All right, great. Well, good evening, Mr. Manka. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
We're excited to have you. And on behalf of Brighton, the school board, we want to welcome you to this interview for the position of our superintendent.
Thank you.
Mr. Manka is currently the superintendent of Schwartz Creek Public Schools, or community schools, I guess, in Schwartz Creek, Michigan. Just to give you a kind of a rundown of the format, and I should probably introduce myself too, sorry. I'm Andy Birchfield. We'll give about 75 minutes for questions of the board, and then we'll certainly allow enough time at the end for you to ask questions to the board, as well as a closing statement.
Sure.
The interview will go a total of 90 minutes, or you have a total of 90 minutes. We have 22 questions, and the way we'll do it is I'll actually start with 3 questions. Every board member has 3 questions, and we'll just kind of rotate around, so that way it's a little cleaner, and you're not just constantly trying to figure out where the next question is coming from. Mr. Silveri, sitting in the back, has cards that he'll hold up at the 20-minute mark, the 15-minute mark, and the 10-minute mark. That way, you'll have a good idea of where you're at in time. Obviously, this is a critical decision for us as a board, but we've had an opportunity to see your profile, but the community has not. So we certainly want to provide considerable input or the opportunity for them to have considerable input into this process.
Sure.
So those that are on the phone or listening in tonight on Zoom, feedback can be submitted by clicking the superintendent search link on our district website, and there's directions that you can follow from there. Although the choosing of the next superintendent is the responsibility of the board as elected officials within the community. We do value and consider the input of the community and our stakeholders extremely important through this process. And while we're not seeking recommendations to which individuals should be hired, we do appreciate and want to see and hear about the strengths of candidates, any follow-up questions, et cetera. So we'll be taking that into consideration through this process as well.
Great.
All right, so Mr. Manka, I'm going to start off, like I said, with 3 questions. And the first question I'm going to ask is, well, we've had the opportunity to review your profile and materials. Those from watching from home have not. So can you briefly describe or review your background and share what causes you to be interested in this position at this point in your career?
Certainly, and I just would like to start by thanking each and every one of you, because I understand you've had some marathon meetings, and I understand that your job is not easy. And in these particular times, it's extremely challenging to volunteer as many hours as you have. And I know that you have a busy week this week. So I'm honored that you have invited me here today, and humbled, quite frankly, to be able to speak with you about this position that I'm very passionate about. So I'd like to share a little bit about my background. I grew up in a small town and went to a small school, Spring Arbor University. And when I was there, I went on a track and field scholarship and was able to participate in college athletics. But the most important thing that happened to me there was I met my wife, Jen. And when I came home the first time, I came home to Brighton. That is where she's from. And we have a lot of family in this area. And as it turns out, shortly after we were married, we moved back to this area, and we've been living here for the better part of 20 years in this area. And probably one of the coolest things that drew me to not just this position, because this is my home, and I've worked with many of the people in this district, including Dr. Surrey and including some of the other people that I just value tremendously. I student taught in this district. This is where my educational career started. I was a student teacher at Scranton Middle School. I taught 7th grade science. And I had just a tremendous opportunity while I was there to start coaching right out of the gate. So I was a track coach with Mr. Ritter, and had the opportunity to coach middle school and high school track for both the boys and the girls right out of school. And then I had the opportunity to get my first job as a full-time employed teacher in South Lyon Community Schools. While I was in South Lyon, I was able to, because when you don't have kids, you have all this available time. And so Jen was working on her doctorate degree, and I was coaching. I was a varsity track and field coach. We developed the largest track and field, boys track and field team in Oakland County. We had tremendous success there. I was able to jump right into coaching varsity basketball. And Jen actually was the varsity volleyball coach. So we were just a sports family, getting, kind of still drawn to this area because it's where she grew up. And so I've always had an affinity for Brighton. Had the opportunity to take my first leadership position after I'd taught for about 5 or 6 years there. I had the opportunity to be an assistant athletic director. And that was obviously something that was, I was passionate about. And so that started to launch me into my administrative career. I went to the University of Michigan and received my master's in public administration with a focus on secondary education and school administration. From U of M, started to apply for administrative jobs. And I always had my eye on Brighton from afar. And it was, the timing wasn't right, and there were positions that were not available. And so Fowlerville Community Schools took a shot on what I would say now is a young kid. And I was able to start my administrative career officially as an assistant principal in Fowlerville. Had the opportunity to work on a lot of committees and statewide committees. That's actually where I met Dr. Suri. And I worked on some FAME program teams that worked across the state for formative assessment. And I was just immersed in instructional leadership from a pretty young spot in my administrative career. Had the opportunity early on to move into a principalship after I had been in that position for a few years, and I became the middle school principal in Fowlerville. While I was there, we did a lot of things. We had a lot of success. I had the opportunity to be the chief negotiator for our negotiations for teacher contracts, and that was my first experience with the collective bargaining process. And from there, I had the opportunity to accept a position as the principal at Heartland High School. I'm circling around Brighton, as you can see. And so while I was in Heartland, we had a tremendous run. We implemented tremendous initiatives. It was a very successful opportunity for me, and I had great relationships with the staff and community. The phone rang one day, and I had this unique opportunity. I had served on the board for the Michigan Association of Secondary School Principals, and the phone call right around 2014-15, the laws in the state changed a lot. There were a lot of legislative changes that shifted some of the para laws and things like that dealt with teacher evaluation and supervision for administrators. And I was asked if I would consider stepping out of what I believed to be a great job that I was very happy at to try this experience. And it turned out to be a phenomenal decision. I had an opportunity in that role to travel across the state. In that time period, I was on the road a lot. I traveled all across the state training educators in teacher evaluation and supervision. I worked on special projects with Bloomfield Hills and Birmingham and Oakland County. I got a chance to work with their central office teams doing that. I got a chance to work out on the west side of the state as well. So it really sharpened my skill set and gave me an opportunity to do something I never would have been able to do as a building principal. While I was in that role, I also developed a lot of connections to the legislature. I had an opportunity to speak on bills in the state Senate, as well as the House. I worked with the governor's office for education, and I've developed tremendous connections within the Michigan Department of Education. So those experiences would not have been afforded to me had I been a building principal. The issue was I was traveling a lot, and while I loved the job, I realized that what I really was missing was an impact in my local community. And I knew that at some point, I would love to have the opportunity to lead in Brighton I didn't know when that would be and if that would ever be an opportunity that presented itself, but I wanted to prepare myself. So about 4 years ago, I'm heading into my 5th year as a superintendent. I took over as the superintendent in Swartz Creek Community Schools. It's a large school district of just under 4,000 students. When I took over, we had some things that needed to be corrected, some systems that needed to be addressed. The board and the district had some strain and stress. They were all very good people, but they needed somebody to help unify them. And I was then able to take a lot of my expertise in instructional systems and delivery and be able to implement some of those things right away. I'm happy to say that through my time as a superintendent, we've been able to accomplish a lot. When I got there, the board said, we haven't passed a bond in over 50 years. And we really hope you can do this. And that is a really tall order when you're dealing with, a community that's maybe not had the trust. And so we had to work on building trust. And I said, this is going to take some time. So I invested the time, I did the research, we did a full-scale facilities audit. We've taken the necessary steps to make sure that our community was heard. We got a lot of stakeholders involved, and we passed the largest millage by mill rate in the state for the last 5 years by an overwhelming margin, and we passed it in Swartz Creek, which was a large bond, a $48 million bond for the first time in 50 years. From that time, I've been constantly working to manage that and oversee that, and that's just one additional part of the superintendency, is to help work alongside board members like yourselves to make sure that we deliver to the community what they expect. On top of those things, I've been able to develop relationships. I know every single staff member's name. I'm very visible in our community. We've been able to see a rise in student achievement. I've had the opportunity and also burden of overseeing our executive HR functions, as well as all of our business services through different transitions of business managers that we've had. And at this point, from a management perspective, we've added to our fund equity. We've settled very unique multi-year contracts with our collective bargaining units, and all of our employees have received raises. And so we've been able to create and innovate in spite of some challenges. And it's been just an honor. And so to answer your question and come full circle back, this is a place that I want to be. And this is a place where I started. And this is a place that I'm passionate about. It is my home. My wife, Jen, and I have 4 children in 4 different schools here in Brighton area schools. And I have a freshman starting high school this year, and she's nervous about what that's going to look like. And we've been following as parents very closely, and we do appreciate all the work that you've put into this. Especially in Dr. Surya as well in this time. So I hope that gives you a little bit of an insight as to why this is such a special place from me and my perspective.
Great, thank you. So following up on that, what is your vision of the future of Brighton area schools under your leadership?
I think one of the things that I think about when I think of the vision for Brighton area schools is it's really a collective effort. You're the representatives in the community, and while I'm a member of the community, I'm here to work alongside you to help develop that vision and to help you kind of craft what that vision might look like. If I were to pinpoint a few things, I would say first and foremost, Brighton has a history of excellence. You rest on tremendous history of tradition and a history of excellence, quite frankly. But I also think that one of the things that we could look at is, as we look to the future, it's not just about being an excellent school district that's revered around the state. It's starting to shoot for being the best. And I believe that the board wants that. I believe that the board has that mentality of excellence. I've watched you in your meetings. I've seen where the district's been going, and I'm proud to be a part of this community. And I think that one of the things that I bring to the table is constantly an eye for how do we improve? What's that next tip? What's that next +1 for the district? So with my experience working across the state, I understand best practice. I understand the latest research, and I work very hard to be well read. But I think as I think about the vision, I think that vision of excellence manifesting itself in a variety of ways. One of the things that I think specifically that you need to look at as a school district is what is your output at the end? And so I think about the graduate. And a graduate from Brighton High School is going to have opportunities right now that many other children do not have as they go through high school. And certainly we care about all of our students, but I'm looking at what is that final product that we're putting out into the world. I think the bond that was recently passed overwhelmingly by voters, and all of you have been working so diligently on making sure that STEAM is a priority for the district, making sure that our kids are well-versed in science, technology, art, mathematics. I believe we can translate that into a vision for students that are walking into jobs and careers battle tested and ready. We don't have to necessarily look at that gap any longer of kids that are getting bachelor's degrees and are unemployed. We can start to create opportunities in high school with the technology and the resources that this community has supported and you as a board have led through to make Brighton High School have the opportunity to put graduates out that can walk into these jobs. And I think we can take that model, and it's just a matter of time. Over time, with consistent application, I believe we can broaden that and we can translate that into other career fields, into other disciplines, and we can create an opportunity for Brighton High School to be a hub. And it's not just Brighton High School, it's a culmination of this school district that's putting out graduates that are walking into careers and that are walking into colleges and universities better prepared than anyone else. And I think that that's something that will be a real feather in our cap as a community and as a school district. So hopefully that gives you a little insight into that vein of excellence and what we're kind of putting out there for our graduates.
Thank you. So based on what you know of Brighton area schools and learned over your time here as a community member, what do you believe are the two to three most important, most critical long-term challenges this district is going to need to address? And how does your background play into and skills play into that and helping address that?
That's a good question. I've watched you as board members interact, and you maintain a high level of professionalism, and I appreciate that. I think the average community member may not necessarily think or realize that Brighton Schools has challenges, right? They might say, hey, we're in a pretty good spot, and we're in a great spot. But there are things that I think, as I look forward to the future, are concerns, and they're not concerns that they're bad, but they are challenges. One of the biggest challenges I think that Brighton Schools faces is in the leadership transition. You have committed to this community very large-scale bond projects, millions of dollars in capital improvements and projects that have to be completed on time, and that's phenomenal. But I believe that you need somebody who has proven experience in being able to manage that understands how to manage contractors, that understands how to manage the process on the day-to-day. And I know that many of you who are on the bond committee, Mr. Trombley and others, that you've worked in that realm. So we have a natural resource here at this board table. But I think a challenge moving forward is making sure that the bond is done above board and to the highest level of expectation, and that we can deliver something, again, back to that vein of excellence that this community is going to be so appreciative for, and I know they already are. So one of the challenges you face, I think, is the management of the bond. And that is something that I bring, and not only with my experience, I understand I have the relationships with the partners, and I believe that I can help walk into that situation and come alongside you board members that are working on that and be able to bring that expertise. There's another challenge that I think, as I think and reflect on Brighton area schools, we have kids that come from homes that they have a lot of support, and that's great. And so one of the things that we may not realize is the epidemic of the mental health issues that surround our children. And in Brighton, they are not immune to that. And so I think one of the challenges that comes from, and I think about my own children in this, and probably many of your children, I know that you have kids in the school district, there's a lot of pressure to perform. There's a lot of pressure to excel. And I love that. I think that's great. But with that also comes the other side, and that is making sure that our kids know that they're loved and cared for. And I think that one of the things that we always have to be cognizant of is the fact that mental health amongst our teens and our youth is at an all-time low. There's anxiety rates that are through the roof. And I think as a school district, we need to be very mindful of that and not necessarily throw that to the wind. My wife Jen she runs a clinical psychologist. She's a clinical psychologist, and she runs a business right here in town, downtown Brighton. And certainly we talk many times about our kids and just the challenges that they face. And so I think in Brighton, many of our kids that come from high stress situations, they excel and they exceed expectations. And I'm a huge fan of high standards, but we also have to be mindful of some of the pressures that they're under that we may not even realize.
Okay, great, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Miko.
Hi.
My name is Laura Mitchell. I'm going to be asking you questions regarding district relations.
Sure.
Maintaining healthy relationships with school and community stakeholders is important to the Board of Education. Please share with us how you have gone about building and maintaining successful relationships with all members of the school community.
Well, I appreciate that question. I briefly mentioned in my opening that I've gotten to know all of our employees, and we have over 500 employees. I have a system. I'm a very systematic person, so I believe that results do not just present themselves. You have to actually plan for them, and you have to go get them. So one of the things that is a huge piece of my leadership style is relationships. So in the 100-day plan that I provided for you, and it's something that you may have been able to see, I will make it a point in the first 100 days to get to know everybody. And that seems like a daunting task, but I operate on a basic philosophy that I spend about 30% of my time in buildings and in boots on the ground situations. What I mean by that is that a lot of times school districts find themselves operating from what I call an ivory tower philosophy. And what that philosophy is that I sit in this ivory tower and I just kind of direct people and tell you what to do. I don't believe that that's been the philosophy of Brighton schools at all. But I do know that in a lot of districts, they suffer from that type of a top-down leadership model. I'm a big believer in servant leadership through relationships. And so I will be in buildings with kids, with people, getting to come alongside them and understand who they are. That relationship that's developed in those capacities when the leaders work alongside their people is something that translates to tremendous output. And so it's actually basic leadership sciences that you develop relationships with all members of your school community. So I will go ahead and reference, I came into a contentious situation relative to some of our relationships with our collective bargaining units and our teachers union. I'm very proud to say that I don't know how many people would do this, but our teachers union president has written me a very nice letter of recommendation that's in my file. And I believe that that's happened because we've been able to do things through relationships and trust that's been built. And that's just something that I'm a wholehearted believer in. And so when you ask how I go about building those relationships, it's about creating time in your schedule. It's about being present, and it's about listening. And those are things that I believe humble leaders have learned how to do. And sometimes in this role, you have to be very authoritative, and there's a time and a place for that. But there's also a time and a place to have humility. And I believe that humility draws people in and it helps you build relationships. And so that's a natural part of my style. And that's something that I would make a priority from day one.
My next question, what are some examples of community activities in which you have provided leadership? And in what ways did this benefit your district?
One of the things that I think is very important is the relationship with your community service organizations, Rotary, Kiwanis, local clergy, and leaders in the faith community. One of the things that I've been able to do at a very early onset is I started to be a part of those. I'm a part of the chamber in my community. That is something that I believe would translate to Brighton as well. Getting involved in those organizations that have a lot of community input allow for partnerships to exist between the school that are vital. And they actually bring about opportunities for our children. I think about our local Humane Society, and we've developed partnerships with them where our children get a chance to go and read to dogs in rescues where they may not necessarily feel comfortable reading to a parent or to a teacher or to somebody else, but they'll certainly read to that dog. And so it's one of many examples that we've been able to foster in relationships. Another that I might add is I've started to develop quarterly luncheons with the faith community. And so we've invited all the area pastors, and we have 50 people in a room, which of course we're not doing right now, but 50 people in a room prior to all of this. And we get them on, get them a lunch, and we talk about how we can help partner in different areas. And we've had donations to our needy children. We've had food that's been provided. We've had service opportunities and people coming in to read to our classrooms and make copies. And those things happen because you're leveraging those community relationships. And so that is something that I've been doing throughout my career, and it's something that I've certainly done in my current role as a superintendent. And so as I see that translating into Brighton, I think it's vital. I have a relationship with the police chief, the fire chief, making sure that we develop those relationships so that when we are calling on a first name basis, we understand that we're there as a team, as a unified front to provide our community with the support that they need. So community partnerships with the business community, the service community, the faith community, all very important because it brings about more opportunities for our children that otherwise aren't present.
Great, thank you. My last question, how do you think various stakeholders such as parents, community members, and staff members should be involved in our planning process and in setting direction for the district?
Well, first of all, it's vital that we involve parents in the decisions. I am so thankful that you have done so many surveys recently. I think about the challenges that I've had in my district. I've been working for the last 3 months on our plans, and we've had committees working, and I've had teacher groups working, I have support staff groups working, I have parents involved. Those things are critical because now when I go to do a town hall meeting, which I have 2 scheduled over the next week, and I had one just recently come up, parents are feeling very anxious right now. And the fact that we've involved them in this process throughout, they're getting their questions answered. They're able to understand that we are leading through this. We're not just being reactionary. And I believe that in this pandemic, you as a board, and I believe Dr. Suri have done a great job of trying to manage that challenge with not as much preparation probably as somebody like myself who had been doing it for the past few months. And I can tell you that the parent input is vital because they're the ones that are going to come alongside, and they're going to be the ones that they're sending their most valuable resource to us every day. And as a parent of 4 children in this school district, I trust in the leadership that we have, and not just the board, but in the school community and the teachers, that they're going to take care of those kids. And so being able to have parents at the table whenever possible is vital. And so I'm thankful that you have a history of doing that, and that's something that I would want to continue and even build upon.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mankin, my name is Alicia Reed. Thanks for coming this evening.
Absolutely.
In what specific ways should our district be working with other school districts for the benefit of our students and theirs?
Well, that's an interesting question. I think there are probably some unique opportunities because of the fact that we have a large school district in this area, and there are some larger districts around us that can benefit from some things we can provide, and we could benefit from some things they could provide. What I will say is, having been involved in this community and also in this county as an educator for a long time, one of the great partnerships that exists right now through LESA is our shared partnership across the high school. So for example, students that are taking health occupations here at Brighton High School, we have students that can come from other communities and take that course, or our students could go out to Howell and take a flight or aviation course or even a firefighting course. And so those types of partnerships are critical because local school districts can't provide all of those supports and all of those services all the time. But if we can leverage those across and share students, it creates a tremendously collaborative thing that allows for our communities in Livingston County to benefit greatly. One thing that I would also add is that I think that being a leader in instructional innovation is something that I've worked towards for a very long time. We have the luxury of inviting in some of our innovations that we're involved in with our MTSS program, which are multi-tiered systems of support. We have schools coming from all over the state. We were awarded from the state of Michigan recently for My Blissey and all of the work that we've done with that MTSS process. We invite other school communities in to see what our teachers are doing with kids. And that's exactly the benefit that can come from leveraging some of those relationships, because it happened that one of the schools that came out, we were looking at a security program, and actually I believe you have it here in Brighton. It's called Raptor Technologies, and we were able to take some of our team out to another district to learn about how that was working, how that was functioning. And so that has been just a great way to try and broaden the scope across the educational community. We're not just in silos, right? We're trying to work together. I mean, our first priority is to Brighton, but we definitely can find benefit in collaborating across multiple areas as well. So I think that we have some built-in things, but I think we can expand that. And as our teachers are doing incredible things in this district, allowing others to learn from some of the things they're doing and going out and seeking what others are doing that, you know, might be an area we're seeking to explore as well.
What impact do you feel the Every Student Succeeds Act has had on Michigan districts?
Well, let's see. It's had a huge impact. Obviously, ESSA is a replacement for No Child Left Behind. I would say there's a couple primary factors across the state of Michigan. I would say that probably the biggest thing that it's impacted has been equity. I just recently spoke of multi-tiered systems of support, which are really vital. This philosophy that is so critical, that all students learn differently and all students need support. And so that's what this MTSS philosophy really embodies, and I believe that wholeheartedly. And so as we think about ESSA, it's created kind of a leveling by allowing new standards to be in place. So Brighton, for example, has had a very high level of expectation or standard of what they would call excellence, so that we're expecting a certain level of achievement and a certain expectation of our teachers and our staff. In some districts, maybe districts that are more underprivileged, they haven't had those same standards. They haven't had those same opportunities. And so ESSA raises the bar essentially for everybody. And I think that's a really good thing. And so I believe that that's impacted a lot of schools around the state. And it's also highlighted and strengthened some of the systems of high performing school districts like Brighton.
Along the same lines, what impact has standardized testing and teacher accountability had on education in Michigan?
Standardized testing is important because we need to have a way to have a litmus test. We need to have a way to provide some sort of measure of our result. Being results focused is a critical part of our work as educators. But with that said, there's oftentimes a creep of testing. And what we see is maybe we can measure this, and maybe we can measure that, and let's come up with a test for that, and let's come up with a test for that. And the reality is that students don't learn. Children do not learn through tests. And quite frankly, teachers, probably more importantly, don't learn from tests. And so when we talk about teacher accountability, one of the things that has been an area of my focus for a long time, particularly in my work at the state level, has been how do we help grow teachers? And the way that you grow teachers is through coming alongside them, coaching them, and giving them feedback. We've got into this antiquated system of providing, I come in once a year, I give you a rating, you know, I don't like what I saw in one 15-minute visit, and so, you know, here you go, here's your rating. And I don't know of any teacher who has ever looked at that and said, well, thank you, now I know how to grow. The reality is that we've done a poor job of supporting teachers, and we've done a poor job because while we can have accountability without support is just ruthless. And I believe that one of my passions is how to help people get better. One of the greatest compliments that I've ever been given was by somebody that I was working with, and they were struggling, and they said, I'm a better teacher because of your leadership. And that was the most humbling thing that I could have heard, because I just was blessed to be able to work with her. But the reality is teachers need support and there needs to be accountability, but accountability cannot be independent of support. And so I believe in lots of feedback. I believe in the science that shows how people grow. I've had the benefit to be able to represent our state nationally. I've gone out to the Center for Educational Leadership, which is at the University of Washington. And in my time there, we've studied teacher growth. We've studied how to help improve student learning. And those things, just so that you're aware, University of Washington is a tier 1 research institution. So if you think of U of M, for example, with medicine is a tier 1 research hospital and university. The University of Washington in Seattle is a tier 1 educational institution. And so being able to go out there and study and then participate nationally in multiple projects. I spent 4 days this past year in Alexandria, Virginia, working on a principal development tool. And I got to pilot that and I got to work with some of our principals on that. And so this entire notion of support, it just looks different than the antiquated, I came in, I looked once and I gave you a rating. And the same goes for children. I sat you down, you did a test, this is what your score was, here, this should be an assigned value of you as a human being, and that's just not true. There's so much more complexity that goes on with student learning and also adult learning. So I would just continue to emphasize how important accountability is, but never absent support and never absent the leadership coming alongside those groups to help make those things possible so that they can see themselves be successful. And I have found that the highest achieving teachers, the highest achieving principals, they're craving feedback. They've always been told how great they are, but they've never actually been given feedback around quality measures. And if we can create those for them, it's going to make a world of difference. And I'm seeing the tide turning in my own district. And I believe coming here to Brighton, that would be something that I would have a large focus on, is how do we support our principals in the trenches? How do we support our teachers in the trenches at getting better at what they do? And really, in some ways, it's supporting what they do because we have a lot of collective expertise right here in this school district. And we need to try and find a way to help bring that out in everybody.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Rika, my name is
Sorry.
Ken. My name is Ken Stahl. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Stahl.
My questions are going to be surrounded around leadership attributes. First question is, please describe your typical style of leading and talk about situations which you might have changed from that or varied from that style.
Oh, well, I'm going to go down memory lane. And when I was a teacher, I had a very black and white way of looking at every single thing. And I realized that there's actually quite a bit of gray in life. And especially as a teacher and an educator, you realize that there's a lot of complexity to the work we do. Teaching is one of the most highly complex things that we do. And so I really went through kind of an evolution as an educator to start to look at things deeper instead of just for what's on face value. So as you talk about leadership and you talk about maybe how my philosophy has changed, and I'm gonna reference something from Alicia here that she was talking about, and that is this concept of high standards. And so I had very high standards. And as a teacher, and maybe some ways even as a young administrator, those high standards were there, but I'm not sure that the compassion was there. And what I've come to learn, and I've done, this is part of my work nationally, I've been doing a lot of research on the work around warm demanders. And warm demanders is a whole body of research that basically says leadership is really about duality. It's about two things. Number one, it's about extremely high expectations and accountability. And it's also equally about extremely high compassion, empathy, and understanding. And when you have leadership and you have leaders that embody both of those characteristics, you get incredibly unparalleled results. And so as you study great leaders, not just through history, but even leaders that are leading companies, leaders that are leading schools, I'm really trying to embody that mentality, that philosophy of it's important to be able to have those hard conversations and to be able to know we're going to hold you accountable. It is absolutely critical that this is the bar and that's where the bar is going to stay. But we're going to walk right next to you and we're going to provide you the support and we're going to provide you the resources that you need to be successful. And so when I think about leadership, I embody that warm demander philosophy. And as I work with my principals, as I work with our support staff, as I work with our teachers, there is no question that what my expectations are. But there's also no questions that I'm going to help them get there, and I will do everything I can to make sure that they're successful. And I believe that that same mentality needs to be in place for our children. I believe as we look at our students and we start to think about their experience going to school, for some of them, they may never experience that warm demander. And I know that I've worked with a lot of teachers, and there's a lot of teachers that have that inherently, but usually people are one or the other. They're either extremely compassionate or they're extremely hardcore. But when you have both of those characteristics, you get the best out of students and you also get the best out of staff. And that's what I've found to be true about myself is I've been the most successful when I'm building relationships with people and I'm exhibiting humility through that. I'm coming alongside them. There's nothing that I wouldn't be willing to do that I'm going to ask them to do. Okay. But I'm also going to have very high expectations. And so those two things in dual roles are about what makes high quality leadership occur. And I believe that that model can be transposed throughout a district so that teachers and the bus driver that greets that child for the very first time, that kid knows he better not be standing up on that bus. But he also knows that that bus driver cares for him, is going to smile at him the first face that he sees when he walks on the bus. So all of our stakeholders, all of our kids need to experience more warm demanders in their day. And that's something that I have been doing a lot of research on in the last 4 or 5 years. And I found the results to be profound.
My next question, what is the most difficult situation you've had to deal with in your educational career and how did you resolve it?
How about right now? I mean, I've never seen anything like this. And I'm sure most of the people in this room and most of the people that are at home and sitting on their couches and thinking about what's this going to look like for their kids. You know, we haven't got a budget announcement from the state. We're supposed to have that by June 30th, according to their own rules. So I will just say there are a number of examples that I could give specifically to things that I've experienced in my career, whether it was a particular child that I had developed a relationship that committed suicide, one of my classroom students. There's nothing that can, there's just nothing that can prepare you for that. And that stuck with me for a long time. And it just, again, highlights how many things are going on in these kids' lives that we as leaders, as district leaders, need to be in tune with and aware of. So I have a lot of those individual circumstances, but I would just say collectively, as a leader, managing through the unknown has been one of the biggest challenges. But what I have found is that stability, okay, and compassion is something that will get us through. I've been exceedingly impressed with our teams, our teachers, our parents, the groups that have been working on our return to learn plans, our groups that have been working on all the different options we're going to provide. Because let's just face it, we live in this extremely divisive world right now. You know, you've got people that are screaming at you for wearing a mask and people that are screaming at you for not wearing a mask. It's become so toxic in a lot of ways. And I believe that we as educators have a unique opportunity to lead through that, to show kids, to show teachers that there's another way, to show them that it's not just about this side or that side. It's about balance, right? It's about helping them see through some of these challenges that there are also great opportunities, and we're learning new things and we're learning how to do things differently. So I have to say, while I could speak to a lot of individual circumstances that, you know, pinpoint in my career that have been very challenging, leading with grace and with confidence through this particular experience has been one of the most challenging things that I've ever experienced. And I'm thankful for the opportunity because I think it's sharpened me. It's made me, grow as a leader. It's helped me to see that there's a lot of different pieces to this, and it's not black and white, as I said earlier. There's a lot of complexity. And I'm very concerned about safety, and I'm also very concerned about student learning. And how do we balance that in a way that's going to bring about the best in our communities? And so leadership is critical through these times. And so I guess to culminate, I would say the whole ball of wax with COVID-19 in the last 6 months has been one of the most challenging experiences as a leader.
Thank you. Last question, how do you lead in situations where you don't have the authority over the people involved? And have you been in that position before in your career? And if so, how have you handled it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think some of our best leaders are not the ones with positional authority. I recall a situation as a high school principal, and I always made it a point every lunch period to make sure that I did at least one garbage. I took the garbage out at least one time. Because I want everybody to see that I'm not above, the principal's not above taking the garbage out, right? It wasn't meant to be any kind of, special project or anything like that, but all of a sudden I saw some kids and they started, they wanted to participate, right? And it just so happens that I had a couple, I will say laissez-faire to be kind custodians that I was dealing with at the time. And they're watching these kids, and these kids have absolutely no authority over them whatsoever. And they're setting an example. This is how we do it. And they pitched in to help their community and their classmates. So I guess I would say to maybe answer your question more directly is that positional authority is meaningless without relationships. I've spoken about relationships a number of times, but without people feeling like you're down to earth and that you have humility and that they can trust you, people at best, you will get is compliance. And so I don't care to operate in any system where all we're going to do is be compliant. I want to see a system where we're getting the best out of people. And the way that we get the best out of people is by building trust and building relationships. And I actually have seen paraprofessionals, bus drivers, people who may not have the positional authority, leading our schools in ways that are better than the building positional authority leader that's leading those buildings. And that's an awe-inspiring thing because it's amazing how passion and hard work translate into influence with others. And I've seen that with people across all spectrums, whether they're in a formal position of authority or even a student. And I think as a community, if we can continue to model those traits of humility and trust, it's going to create a situation where many, many more children and staff members are going to, be putting their best foot forward. I'm sorry, I'm not sure who to look at yet. So,
Hello, Mr. Mika.
Hi,
I'm Angela Krebs.
Nice to meet you.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions about instruction and curriculum.
Sure.
So the first question is, if you could please give us examples of educational change or reform that you have initiated in your current or previous positions that have led to improvements in student learning.
One of the projects that I had a privilege of being able to work on, and I just grew so much, I learned so much when I got to work with the experts out at the Center for Educational Leadership. One of the projects I got to work on was the 5 dimensions of teaching and learning. The 5 dimensions of teaching and learning is an instructional framework. Basically, it's kind of the, for lack of a better word, it's the go-to roadmap for here's what the research says about high quality instructional practice. I was one of 3 people in the state of Michigan that trained. And to put it into perspective, there's over 40% of the school districts in Michigan utilize this instructional framework. So I was one of 3 people that trained any school district from superintendent to principals on this particular framework. I recall one time where I was going into, it happened to be in a very large school district. They had about 900 teachers. And the administrators welcomed me to the stage in front of all these people, and then they just shut the doors behind them and they left me in there with everybody to try and deliver this training. And so I will say that particular work has been tremendously impactful in my own district, because what it's doing is it's providing clarity around what excellence looks like in the classroom. Obviously, in this particular district, we use a slightly different framework, but the research is still there. And so what I have done as a leader is I have personally led some of the training in my district. I just don't know how to do it any other way. I did not realize that this was a novelty, but I stood in front of all 220 teachers in our district and delivered the professional development to train them on these high quality instructional practices. One of the things that's been very beneficial is that we focus every year on a few things instead of focusing on 50 things, because you can really make some significant strides in doing that. In previous roles, I mentioned some work I did with Dr. Suri around the state of Michigan and the FAME project. Working on the formative assessment process across our schools has yielded some tremendous results. In my current role, we've seen teacher efficacy grow, which is, if you're familiar with John Hattie's work, it's one of the highest leveraged instructional innovations that can be there. And that's basically the simple fact of, do teachers believe that they can improve student learning, and do teachers believe they have the tools to improve student learning? And so we've given them those tools through the training that we've done. There's also a lot of work that I've done in curriculum alignment. So as we think about standards, okay, we in our district had a very low level of consistency relative to the standards that were being taught. And so I led an initiative to make sure that all of our teachers and our administrative team came to the table together. And we have what I call learning progressions and competencies. And so what is it going to take for a student in 4th grade to be competent in science? And we're going to be able to draw a through line all the way through that senior year, and we'll be able to map out. So when we see gaps, okay, when we do any kind of assessment, we can start to say, hey, there was a gap here in 7th grade. We need to go back and reteach some of that content. And you can't do that if you don't have an aligned curriculum. And so it's one thing to understand the instructional practice, which I've done a lot of work with through 5 dimensions of teaching and learning, among other things and other projects. It's an entirely different thing to help people understand what they're supposed to teach. And that's a critical piece as well. So there's curriculum alignment so that we have clarity on that. And then there's instructional practice. And so those are 2 areas where I've spent a lot of time. I would also say that we've been doing some pretty amazing work across the country, and I've been partnering with the American Association of School Administrators through a Principal Supervisors Academy. And what we're working on is helping train superintendents and central office leaders on how to best coach a principal. So how do we take a principal through a problem? We call it a problem of practice, or there's an inquiry cycle that we would say, what is it that you're wondering about your building, or what are you noticing are problems? So you're talking to board members, you're talking to parents, you're talking to your teachers, and you're noticing some gaps. How do we start to solve and address those things? And then the superintendent, in my case, or some of our central office staff members, will actually work very closely, intimately with that principal, and they will coach them through that problem for at least a semester. And what the principal is doing is they're essentially saying, ultimately, we're going to solve a student problem of learning, okay? And we're going to solve that first by understanding what my leadership needs to be so that I can support teachers in doing what they need to do to help the students solve that problem. And it's been a tremendous amount of work, and just super rewarding, because what we're finding is how much our teachers our principals are craving that coaching. And so that's been something that's been highly, highly effective, and it's translated into improved reading scores. Our students are achieving our student growth percentile scores are exceedingly up because of the work that I believe is done through a thoughtful inquiry-based model. And so those are a few areas that I would highlight on that.
Thank you. So I want to shift gears a little bit and thinking about, what do you believe are currently the biggest challenges with special education in our region? how should these challenges be addressed?
Well, I'll speak again to MTSS and the fact that we need to understand that equity is critical and that not every child learns the same. We cannot take a one-size-fits-all approach. You know, what worked with this child might not work with this child. And our teachers really do understand that. Our teachers, they understand that, whether they're a veteran teacher or a new teacher. And so what we need to do is help come alongside them and provide them the resources and support to make those things happen. So when we think about special education, we need to make sure that our children that have learning challenges are not singled out and are not made to feel as though they have to be stigmatized in any way, shape, or form. Quite frankly, any universal support, which we would call a tier 1 support, would be something that should be available to every kid. If this child walks in and says, you know what, I need a little extra support in whatever it is, I could use a little help reading this particular question, we should provide that support regardless. And so one of the challenges we have is the practicality of that, because teachers are having increasing demands brought upon them, okay? And those get filtered down, of course, from state mandates and other types of things. And so how do we help shield our teachers to be able to provide supports to all kids? And if we're providing a universal level of supports, what we call tier 1 supports, it's going to help us better recognize the kids that truly need some additional support. One of the other challenges in this particular area that I think is legitimate is the fact that we have a tremendous relationship with LESA. I know a lot of people there, and I've worked with them for years, and they're amazing. And we have some of the best special educators around and some of the best special ed leaders. But one of the challenges that is faced in this type of a model, which I fully support, by the way, is how do we integrate them and make them fully a part of our staff? How do we make sure that there's not a, well, you're an LESA employee and I'm a Brighton employee, or, you know, how do we make sure that we're blurring those lines so that those individuals feel like they're fully invested in a part of our community? And I believe that Brighton does a very good job of that. But I do know that in some districts that can be a challenge, where it's like, you know, you're really not one of us. And being a team and being a family is really important for all educators to be able to achieve their best results. So I think one of the challenges that we face is just the constant collaboration and communication with LESA to ensure that we're all on the same page, that we're all one team. And then I think the other challenge that we face are the increasing number of mandates that are placed upon schools and are placed upon teachers that make it challenging in many cases for them to provide the supports that are required and that are needed for our kids. And I'm getting back to that whole warm demander. Kids are our top priority, and it's not an acceptable excuse to me that we're not going to provide accommodations when kids need them. And so that's what we're here to do, is to support children and support their learning. And again, not every child is the same, and every child is different. And so as a result of that, we need to be agile and flexible with our systems so that we can meet those needs and be very, very quick to act in those cases. So somebody's not waiting on a bureaucratic paperwork piece for 3 months while their child is going without the support that they need. And so that's something that I've been doing a lot of work on as well.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question. How can we best meet the needs of college readiness while also preparing high quality, relevant, career-focused opportunities for students?
Well, college and career readiness is, we kind of embody that a little bit when I was talking earlier about how do we prepare students for those, I'll call them soft skills, right? School is not just about reading and math. I mean, that's a big part of it, but it's also about, how do children learn to be a part of a team? How do children understand how to work within a system of complex, human beings that have different opinions and different thoughts? And when we're able to focus on some of those, I'll call them, so I'd be remiss if I didn't mention character. I think character building and character education programs are critical. One of the things that I've brought to my current district is a project that's called the Positivity Project. And it's a project that was started by 2 veterans from the Grand Blanc area. It's actually national now. And basically their slogan is "Other People Matter," and it's really teaching kids about these soft skills. And it's starting in kindergarten. So we're not just, talking about college and career readiness, but what we're doing is we're building into that. So how do I work as a team, right? How do I be a good citizen? How am I able to help others that are in need? Those are all things that we can incorporate into our school systems in ways that help bring about a better community. And so I think as we think about this concept of, being able to utilize character education programs like this, that's going to feed into that next level where it's like, okay, now you're in high school, let's get you some job experience. I mean, one of the things I've worked on is how do we get kids into actual jobs before they go to that first year of college and say, my #1 major is undecided, right? Let's get them some experience so that they can go to that veterinary clinic and say, I don't want anything to do with this, or get them into a classroom with a bunch of kids and help them see, oh, I love this. This is exactly what I want to do, or this isn't what I want to do. And so being able to help translate some of the things I was speaking to earlier about creating a high quality instructional program around, and I believe in Brighton, we can build around the initiatives that you as a board have really kind of led the charge on, is STEAM. And we can translate that into employability skills and employability technical skills that they can use immediately. And then we can actually take that model and apply it to other disciplines. And so when we talk about college and career readiness, certainly there's an element of those soft skills, but then there's the coupling of those technical skills that I think we can bring as well. And that's going to be really vital.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Good evening, Mr. Minka. I'm Roger Myers.
Hi, Roger.
I ask you a few questions regarding operations and finance.
Sure.
First question I have is, please describe your experience with budget development and financial management, and what is the greatest financial challenge you have faced, and how did you successfully resolve it?
Well, certainly, I've been through the times as an administrator in 2008 when we had significant, financial challenges. At the time, I was a building principal, and I had to live through how are we going to provide teachers with the necessary supplies that they need to even be able to, execute their educational program. But I think what's probably more relevant is my more recent experience in leading a district. And Swartz Creek's a large district. I think it translates very well to Brighton from the standpoint of it's a suburban community. We have about 4,000 students, a little shy of that. And it gives me an opportunity to have managed a fairly large budget, just shy of $40 million. And so when I took over, we had a fund balance of about 5.5%. We were bordering on, the state really starts to come in and look at you when you get to 5%. And it's just not a place that you want to be. So I had worked very hard on looking at some of our efficiencies. And one thing that I believe in, and I can maybe help draw a little distinction here, cutting and slashing budgets is something that all of us have unfortunately had to learn how to do as an educational administrator. It's just something that we've had to, we got to cut this, we got to slash this, we got to do that. Unfortunately, what I don't think is taught enough, and I actually, I teach a class for the Michigan Association of School Administrators, and it's called the Horizon Leadership Academy. And the class is actually designed to prepare superintendents for the job. And so I've had the luxury and the benefit of being able to work with so many bright future superintendents, and I'm very passionate about that. But one of the things that everybody comes to the table with is, I know how to cut, right? I know how to make cuts, and I can slash the budget. But what's very difficult is to be able to innovate in times of difficulty. And that's something that I've been able to do. So you have to look at efficiencies, and you have to know your priorities. So part of budgeting is understanding what is the board's priorities, okay, first and foremost, and that's going to then drive where you're going to select areas to put your budget in place. One of the board's primary responsibilities is to manage the budget, not the day-to-day, but to establish what are the purse strings here, right? And so as I look at finance, we've been able to increase our fund balance by, in my time there, over 5%. We've been able to settle contracts and give employees raises. And it's because we've been able to create something through efficiency to be able to say, what are our priorities? And we're going to focus on those. And the areas that we can cut, we have to cut. We have to have hard conversations. We have to be willing to say, that's not our top priority, because students are our top priority. And in order to make that our top priority, we're going to have to cut from some of these things. And, it's quite frankly a simple expectation. Know what your priorities are, place your money there, work with the board so that they understand and you understand what the board's priorities are. And then you can create and be innovative. And so even in times of difficulty, I think when you're creating things and you're expanding programs, you might not have as many programs because you may have had to cut in some areas that weren't priority areas, but it allows you an opportunity to see those results. So I've been able to be successful as the superintendent of a large district in increasing our fund balance that I took over at 5%, and it's 5.5% is now well over 10%. That's a safe place to be. Of course, you'd like to be higher than that, but that's something that in a short time I've been able to achieve.
Thank you. Next question I have is, how have you gone about prioritizing the allocation of financial resources in the best interests of students, staff, and the district as a whole? And what are your top 3 priorities when establishing a district budget?
Well, it's an interesting question. It's a complex question. I think it's one that requires a lot of board dialogue. I know you have board committees in Brighton, and that's an important step in this process, is to understand truly what are the board's priorities. Okay, first and foremost, as we think about that. I think it's also important, and I'm just gonna assume that you as board members don't want the superintendent to sit back and say, just tell me your priorities, right? You want us to come with some suggestions, and then you can help shape that. And so that process is very important early on in the budget development process. In terms of my philosophical prioritized list, the first thing that we have to prioritize is instruction. And when I say instruction, it's because it's the part of the budget that deals with student achievement. It's the part of the budget that deals with student programs. It's our teaching staff, our support staff. It's the curriculum. It's the things that help make sure that student achievement maintains the top priority. The second area, and I will say that this has shifted for me in my administrative career and is actually front and center right now, is safety. Kids are not going to learn if they don't feel like they're in a safe and secure environment. I'm thankful for Brighton area schools that's been a priority for you guys, but that's something that is vital. We have to make sure that our kids are safe, and from that, you can do a lot of other things. If kids don't feel safe, it's not going to happen. Now, safety has taken on a whole nother meaning in COVID-19, right? So now it's not just about resource officers and secure entries and the buzzer systems. It's also about how do we make sure we have appropriate cleaning protocols? How do we make sure we have money allocated? I mean, I've been, like probably all of you, throwing a dart at a dartboard to figure out, okay, how much money are we going to get? Because I've got to prioritize my cleaning supplies, my PPE, and all of these types of things. That's a new challenge that we face. And so instruction, safety, and then I would say, as I look at our budget, my next priority, and I'm going to take out special accounts, because your bond, your food service account, those are special accounts that are different from your general fund. So I'm speaking specifically to general fund, and also our categorical grants. I would say that my third priority would be student whole child supports. And what I mean by that is mental health. Since I've been in Swartz Creek, we've had an increase of 150% of our school social workers. We've added social workers at a very high clip, both at the elementary level all the way through the high school level. As I've kind of shared earlier, I think kids are struggling with a lot of different pieces. We were successful in obtaining some grants to do some of that. Some of it had to come out of the general fund, and we got creative. But I believe that has to be a priority as well. And so again, those are my 3 that I would choose, but I need to bring those to the board, and I need to work with you as a team, and we are a unified front. And I'm an ambassador of you guys. I'm there to try and ensure that your priorities are realized. And I'm certainly going to come with my own thoughts, but I need to work collaboratively with you as well.
Thank you. Next question I have is, please share your experiences with non-traditional revenue generating programs and shared services, and how can these be maximized for the greatest benefit to the district?
Well, first of all, there's very few places that have a shared services program like Bright. So that's an incredibly beneficial partnership that's been developed over the last 10 years, and you should be proud of that. I'm proud of that, to be here in this community and to see that we're actually able to help benefit other communities and other schools, and also see a financial benefit from us, making that happen. So I'm very familiar with the shared time services setup that Brighton has set up, but I will tell you it's very unique. Other than South Redford School District and Brighton, there's very few places that understand the intricacies of that. I studied it, I understand it, I understand the ins and the outs, but it's certainly an area that is unique to Brighton. I will tell you that that I have a lot of experience, obviously, with other types of funding sources. If you're thinking about all the different Title I, Title IV, Title III, Title II, all of those federal revenue funds that can come in, those are all a part of, we call them categoricals. Those are all a part of your overall opportunity to do different things. The state money that comes in is at risk, and obviously you have some more latitude with that. So I'm very well versed in the different types of ways that we can get creative with our funding. What I will say is that probably one of the most important parts, and I think that, and I'll say this again here in Brighton, is our capital projects account. When you start looking at the bond and you start looking at the millions of dollars that have to be shepherded there, it's absolutely critical that we have oversight there. And, I'll just say that one of the things that can become, for somebody who's not experienced in managing a bond program, you will understand very quickly that contractors, other types of jobs, you'll see change orders coming in that'll be trying to slip through the cracks. You have to be on top of those things. And so being able to pass a bond in a community is something I've done and I've had experience with, and I'm proud of that. But it's also about understanding how those accounts work, what you can use those accounts for, and what you absolutely cannot use those accounts for. We also have a sinking fund. And so again, there's a lot of regulations that are in place on how you can spend those funds and how you can't spend those funds. But you better make sure that you understand how to have oversight of those things, because they can slip away from you in a hurry. And I'm sure some of you as board members that have had experience in that area will understand that.
Thank you. My final question, which is, you kind of already touched upon, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What is the most effective way to finance capital improvements, both in the short term and long term?
Yeah, I mean, certainly you have a lot of interesting levers that are available if you have a sinking fund. Certainly doing short-term bonding you can do. You can actually borrow within a sinking fund. There are a variety of mechanisms that are available if you need short-term cash to be able to, say, purchase technology. One thing that's been highly successful in some districts that I've worked is looking at short, 5-year tech bonds, where you say, all right, we want to have the latest technology at all times. And so we're going to create a 5-year cycle. So we're going to replace all that technology, and then we're going to put our actual put it before the voters on a 5-year cycle, and it's going to be hopefully a renewal. So you get to a point where it's no increase, but you're dealing with having those funds available to purchase technology, and so creating those types of innovations is very important. Obviously, the bond is, as we've talked pretty extensively about, is a critical way to make capital improvements in a long term, in a bigger macro level. And so I have experience doing that. Interestingly enough, every building in my district is getting a STEAM edition, which is mirroring a lot of what we're doing here in Brighton. I've been able to oversee those projects from the development and working with experts in the area and other areas. Getting back to your point about how do we, have some collaboration across other school districts. We've gone out and seen some places that have had tremendous success, and then we're translating that. So I would just answer by saying that certainly there are some innovative ways that you can create short-term capital, sometime with voter approval, of course, but there's also opportunities through creating campaigns and going out there. But Most important thing is it's a lot of work, and you got to make sure that you do your research and your homework. It's not just enough to say, I'd like to have this. You really need to understand what is the needs, because you are the fiduciary, and I'm there as a superintendent to try and make sure that we're spending our money appropriately. And so it's an important piece.
Thank you.
And I'm Bill Trombley
Nice to meet you, Bill.
as well. Could you describe your most successful experience in building a high-performing team?
Yeah, I have to say, I'm so proud of the team that I have right now. I love them. They're just amazing. We've done a lot of work with Patrick Lencioni's work on the 5 dysfunctions of the team. I will tell you that the absence of trust leads to a lot of problems. We believe in what we call reciprocal accountability, where we need to be brutally honest with each other and be able to say, when things are or are not going well. And we need to trust that we have each other's backs and that we, can say those things. And so when you have trust, it allows you to make sure that you have the ability to look to results. It gives you the opportunity to work collaboratively. And so we've been pretty successful in Swartz Creek at being able to create a central office team. And I kind of teach some of the students in my class about your 5 rows. And so as a board, we would be working as a team, but then I would have this other team in central office, and it's going to be vital that, they're being invested in and they're being supported, because they're going to be the ones that also are going to be working with another team. And so we've spent a lot of time on Patrick Lencioni's work on 5 dysfunctions of the team, because it helps get you to that point where there's trust, you're focused on results, you have accountability, and you also are building those strong relationships. So I've had tremendous success in my current role, and I'm very proud of the team that we have, and very excited about the teams that are in place here in Brighton. I think we have some tremendously talented and gifted staff members.
I'm sure I know the answer to this one, and you probably will say, look in the folder. So what would the president of the teachers union describe you? So
It's a great question. I really encourage you to read the letter of recommendation. I took over in a time when we had tremendous, consternation, lack of trust. And it really boils down to doing what you say you're going to do, being a person of your word, and then just delivering on those results every day. And so I've been able to build trust. We've been able to do some pretty amazing things as a result of that. We settled 4-year contracts with all of our bargaining units. I just went ahead and we actually are working on the next phase so that things are shored up for this school year, as crazy as it is. And so they've been vital partners of ours. Your teachers, if there was one position in the district, it would be the teachers. And that's going to be the core of what we do. So we need to help ensure that they're at the table, that they're a part of what we do, and that we support them. And so I think if you were to read her letter, it would highlight the sentiments that many of our teachers echo.
So just going off those bullet points that you just mentioned, can you think of anyone that would have a different opinion of you, of what you said about those points?
Can I think of people that I support that would have a different opinion?
Well,
oh, sure. Yeah, because you have to tell some people no, right?
Yeah.
And my job first and foremost is to students, and that's my top priority. It's students first, then we support the teachers. I'm way down here at the bottom, right? But our support staff and our principals are in there somewhere, but it's kids first. And so whenever it's a conflict between what a teacher wants and what a kid needs, that's an easy decision for me, right? So again, it's about knowing your priorities and kind of being able to walk into those situations. But even in her letter, she describes, even though we don't agree on everything, because we don't, we respect each other. And we understand that, we have our sets of priorities in place.
Okay. And final last question of the evening, right?
Sure.
Good thing. What would you suggest in terms of a comprehensive professional development plan for our educators? And specifically, what would be the key priority areas as well as the delivery system?
Well, certainly that's an area that I've had a lot of opportunities to work across the state. I think in terms of a comprehensive professional development program, what you're really looking at, and I think this is changing with COVID, we have to be able to create mixed modalities. So there's going to have to be some online, some virtual training and opportunities for people to collaborate that way. We've had some success with using groups and rooms within Zoom to be able to do breakout rooms and have smaller teams work together. So that's one aspect. Certainly there's always the multi-grouped curriculum teams and things like that, where you're going to have parents involved, and you're going to have teachers from different disciplines and different levels, and then people like Liz Mosier and your curriculum people involved. They're going to be that's going to be a vital part of creating some high quality professional development. I think you're going to be able to still have to offer some face-to-face pieces. If we're face-to-face instruction, I think you're going to have to be able to offer some of that as well. So in terms of where I would like to focus, I would start by saying that we all have to have clarity on what high quality instruction is. Instruction is the #1 priority of a school district. It's our core of our business. We're here to help students learn. And so we absolutely have to make that a priority. One of the things that I will say is that part of my time, and it's in my plan, in my first days on the job, would be to listen and learn from you as board members, but also from the experts in our schools, our teachers, our support staff, our bus drivers, our curriculum coordinators, our assistant superintendents, because I need to better understand the challenges that they're facing. And I probably understand many of them, but I don't understand all of them, and I don't assume to. And so I would want to really do some work getting boots on the ground. And so I like to make building visits. I like to do some basic assessment, getting to know people. And then also looking at some very easy to diagnose challenges that we can say, okay, we're going to need to get more clarity around this particular practice, or we're going to need to get more alignment around this particular program, or this particular program is not even supporting the vision that the board has for the district. And being able to get that alignment in place will help me determine what that next step would be.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So Mr. Manka, you're back here. We want to give you a few minutes to ask any questions you might have of the board before we get into closing comment.
Yeah, I guess I would just start by asking, for those of you that may have heard of me or know me from somebody, you'll know that I'm very actively involved with the students. I believe in fully immersing myself. I mean, I am immersed in this community because I live here. But I'm interested to hear your take on the superintendent's role with students. Obviously, in a large school district like I'm in right now, and in a school district like Brighton, I'm not going to be able to be around every student all the time. That's not a realistic thing. But I do like to be involved with kids and get them involved in some fun activities. And I would just be interested to hear your take on that, if that's something that you envision happening, or if that's something that you're kind of, hold up there. I'm interested to hear your take on that.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
From our past, involvement, perhaps even in a teaching way, our leadership group. I'd love to see someone with your background partake in that, maybe help teach in a class like that.
Sure.
You actually have a lot of leadership to teach.
Sure.
And you already kind of mentioned it, being in every building, walking out there, being in there. So they know who you are. There are many districts where, and I think you talked about the being in a castle, or the word you used.
Yeah.
But many districts here that, and I know a few of them where you don't even know where the office is, and you never see the superintendent. So
Yeah.
being out there and being part of that school community,
Sure.
and participating in maybe leadership or those kind of roles, that's important to me.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think visibility and engagement from the very top is vitally important. I mean, you're there, the students, they know who you are, and it trickles down. And I mean, I think everyone else ultimately feeds off of that, and it inspires others to likewise have that visibility and that engagement. And I think it creates a culture where everyone buys into it and everyone, I think it builds the continuity. And I think it really is a very significant contributing factor to where we are as a district now, to have that type of leadership, to have that type of engagement and visibility and buying into it. And so, yeah, I mean, obviously from my perspective as well, and, whether it's going, at presence at athletic events, the leadership class, being in elementary buildings, being in the buildings, I mean, I really do believe that's a critically important leadership style for our district. It may not work for every district, but I do believe it's vitally important for us.
Yeah, and I've seen that. I think having visibility is critical. And just the kids know you. You'll find in my letters of recommendation, there was a parent that talks about just from a parent perspective about how her kid knows who the superintendent is. And that's something that I find great value in. I guess I would also like to say, I know we're winding down. I would like to just ask, I'm a very relational person. Ultimately you are the Board of Education and you are the ones that are going to make some really difficult decisions. And I'm going to be your teammate. I'm going to be your partner in that. I'm going to be your voice to the staff and to the community. But I also believe in relationships, and I'm going to want you to get to know my family. I want to get to know your family. And that's going to be a part of how I think we're going to be most successful. And so I'm just kind of interested, maybe just one or two of you could help me understand what your expectation is in terms of the relationship between the superintendent and the board, because the research is clear that a strong superintendent-board relationship yields higher results for student achievement. So, I'd just be interested to see what your level of openness is to those things.
I can tell you the past superintendent, he was on speed dial, and whether it's 11:30 at night or 6:30 in the morning, he'd answer the call or call you back if he couldn't.
Sure.
And have a discussion.
Mm-hmm. It's important, being available.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I think open communication is critical. Trust, those are honesty. This is a large district with a lot going on.
Yep.
And there's good things and there's not so good things. And I think from a board perspective, the expectation is that we know about both. And there's difficult conversations at times, but there's a lot of good conversations.
Sure.
And so I think it's the healthy dialogue and interaction and respect between the board and the superintendent. I mean, at the end of the day, the superintendent is our only employee.
Right.
So, there's certainly a tremendous amount of faith that this board is putting into the superintendent, and has high expectations that the superintendent can execute on the superintendent's vision and really, keep the ship going in the right direction. But when things need to be addressed, the accountability is there, and the communication, most importantly, is there to the board.
Sure. So
that we have visibility. Because I think the other thing that just comes to mind is there's nothing worse as a board member about in hearing something, having a question posed to you in the community that you don't have any visibility.
Yeah, absolutely. We operate on the no surprises rule, right?
Yeah.
You need to know about it before you hear about it at Meyer.
Correct.
It's important. Absolutely. Well, I know our time is winding down, and I'm just very honored to be here. As you heard me say, this is a position that I'm just very passionate about. I've had a lot of opportunities in my career. This would be where I'd like to end my career. I'm invested here. I have a second grader at Spencer Elementary School. I'm going to be here a long time. And I think that we are living in some of the most challenging times that we've ever experienced in American public education. You as a board have been tremendous as trying to navigate these waters with Dr. Suri. I believe in this particular time that Brighton needs a superintendent that's a proven leader. I believe you need a superintendent who understands what it's like to run a large district. I think you need a superintendent that understands what it's like to manage a large bond project and the millions of dollars that are taxpayer funds that we are accountable to. Not just passing the bond, but the oversight of it. I think you need a superintendent that is battle tested, that can walk into the door and be your advocate and be your employee to make sure that this district stays at the level of excellence that we all know that it is, and continue to push us beyond. I also think that you need a superintendent that has connections in Lansing. I'm on a lot of legislative committees. I'm very active in the legislative process. In my previous work, I've been involved with many members of the Michigan Department of Education, including the current and former state superintendent. And I think you need a leader that's got leverage and connections in those areas. I think you need a leader who's an instructional leader, who's been a proven instructional leader to improve in student achievement, as well as be able to lead other places and other people in his own profession. And I think you need somebody who's got the expertise that's run HR and business functions at a large district and understands how to make that happen. And all of those things are important. And I believe that I provide this district and this community with that. And that expertise is important. But what's more important that I want you to know is that I love this community. I'm passionate. If you trust me as your next superintendent, you will not find another passionate, a more committed, a more dedicated person. And I will bring a level of energy to this community to unify this community. Even though this community is unified in many ways, I believe that I'm going to be able to walk in the door and provide you with an ambassador to the community that's going to represent this team in a very, very high level. I'm excited about this opportunity. I'm so thankful that you invited me out here, and I look forward to talking with you more in the near future. So if you have any other questions, certainly you can go. I did provide you in my materials with a website. It's just my last name, minkaleadership.com. If you go to minkaleadership.com, you'll just find some additional resources I tried to provide for you as a board to be able to see what I'm all about. And I just thank you for your time and energy. These are long nights, and I know it's a grueling pace, but your leadership does not go unnoticed as a parent either. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, Mr. Micah, we really appreciate your interest in this position at Brighton area schools, and certainly as a member of the community as well. We are interviewing 6 candidates, as you know.
Yep.
And we plan to conduct our second round of interviews beginning September 1st, 2nd, that time frame. So pretty quick process. And we are expecting to narrow the candidate pool on Friday.
Okay.
So we're again going to move rather quickly through this and look forward to next steps.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hopefully talking with you soon.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's go to call to the public. You guys.
If anybody would like to speak, please message me directly and I'll push in order.
And just a reminder, anyone that wishes to address the board this evening, please state your name, address, and limit comments to 3 minutes.
Does anybody like to speak?
Okay, we'll close call to the public this evening and move to for action. We have one item this evening for action, School of Choice Fall of 2020. And Dr. Surrey.
I'll make sure, can you see if Sharon has joined us yet?
Let's see. This one.
The interview stuff, so Mr. Burchfield?
Yes.
Sharon couldn't come in until after the interviews ended,
Yep.
so we can start with this, but I want to make sure she has an opportunity.
See her in here.
All right, let me text her again, make sure she's,
Okay.
Do you want to join us up here?
I can.
Instead of taking
Okay.
Mr.
Oh, is he,
Conley's chair?
I think he's gone.
I think he's, it looks like he has, well, I'll tell you what, let me call her. Give me a second, because I just want to make sure she doesn't miss.
He said he had to
There were
leave
two-
or something.
Hello,
Oh, there's, yeah,
okay, were you able to join the meeting yet? Because I'm just double checking.
I just admitted her.
Yep, we knew that, I was just explaining that, yep. You're on now? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hang up.
I'm gonna find her and ask her. if she's-
Okay. The logistics of all this, constant balancing. So, let me get my papers, I shuffled them together for a moment. All right, so for action this evening, you have in front of you a motion to address some changes to our school of choice policy, the board's policy related to schools of choice, 105 and 105C. As the board knows, events of last week, several things happened. We passed our return to school plan. Shortly after that, we started to receive requests for school of choice, contiguous county school of choice. And as you know, in our school return to school plan, we were aiming for social distance and space in our classrooms by having a virtual academy. At the end of last week, we were almost like the perfect storm. We were starting to hear of requests to come to Brighton area schools, which is a great thing, but a challenging thing in this year with the pandemic. So I'm going to turn this over to our assistant superintendent, Sharon Irvine is joining us remotely this evening to bring this motion forward, and then there'll be a discussion and then a vote.
If I could just say something, this is Alicia Reed, by the way, before Sharon gets started. I want to make sure that everybody else at the board table understands. I think you guys know, but as the executive committee, Mr. Birchfield, Mr. Myers, and I were trading emails with Dr. Surrey and Assistant Superintendent Irvine to talk about this issue and some of the concerns that were raised by community parents over the last week, and make sure that we were prepared to address them. And there was a lot of work put into the suggestions that are in front of you tonight from Ms. Irvine and Dr. Surrey and Mr. Myers in particular, to make sure that you had some good ideas so that we could help support our community in the most effective way.
Thank you, Ms. Reed, for that background. Okay, Ms. Irvine?
Can't hear you, hold on.
Originally I was just gonna have her call in.
Okay, can you,
There we go.
can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can. All right.
Oh, thank you. Okay, yes, it did come to our attention that there were many concerns. People were hearing of individuals from out of county who were applying for school of choice. And I think that there was some immediate alarm about what that might do to any of the space, the social distancing space that could have been achieved by having students enroll in the BVA. Obviously, the panic was that we would backfill the spaces left in the classroom with those from out of county. And I think some of the concerns that were voiced had to do with the fact that we relied heavily on the infection rate of Livingston County. And certainly if we are going to choose to accept those out of county, what does that do to that? So there was just quite a bit of alarm. So we did do some research, and enough research to at least give the board a chance to either make a decision about how to proceed next, or decide that this is not an issue that we need to address at this time. But you do have the options here before you this evening, and the options are certainly that we can decide not to be an unlimited 105C, which is the out of county school of choice participation. We can decide to do that. We can also decide to be we can decide to go ahead, and when we cease that unlimited 105C, we can decide to be an unlimited 105C just for the BVA if we wanted to do that. We could decide not to be an unlimited 105, which is in county, if we wanted to do that at this point in time. So there are a few options. One of the options that does not seem to be available to us without some risk in the statutory language is converting from an unlimited school of choice program to a limited school of choice program. So if we were a limited school of choice program, that means that we would have some spots open that we would give to those from out of county or out of district within county. And we would have to do that through a lottery process. And by statute, we have to have notice provided to our community regarding open positions no later than the second Friday of August. So after quite a bit of legal research to prepare for this particular question, we did find that is not going to be feasible. So in order for us to do anything, take any steps about this, we would need to choose to stop our current 105C program and then start a new unlimited 105C program with the VVA. So that's an option for us to deal with. I know we are counting on enrollment in our Brighton Virtual Academy from our shared services side, which will rely heavily on contiguous counties to enroll in. So there is some concern about completely stopping a 105C program. So that's a little bit of what you have before you in the resolution. There are 4 options. One is simply to stop a 105C. The second option is to stop a 105C and 105. The third option is to go ahead and suspend the language where we have to make an election by June 1st, to choose to stop an unlimited 105C program, accept the BVA ad mentum as a program, and then choose unlimited there. That is option C. Option D is to do that same thing for both in county and out of county. So anyway, that's a high level explanation of the choices that are available to you now.
So Andy, is this the appropriate time procedurally for, I mean, normally we will make a motion and then we will have discussion, but I could just tell you that, and I probably us collectively in the executive committee have studied this more than anyone else that, on the board that hasn't, and my head is swimming, trying to, decipher what we need to do. So if procedurally you're okay with that, I would like to discuss this. I don't think it's really appropriate for us to make a motion right now to choose one of these options without having further discussion about this.
I agree.
So, and if you don't mind, I'll start
yeah,
first.
Please.
So, Mr. Irvine, I appreciate, what's been put together and bringing this to us this evening. And there are many layers to this onion, and it's a very complex and amorphous as far as I'm concerned, issue in terms of trying to figure out what we're dealing with and how that frames what ultimately the decision we need to make. And, I want to maybe just step back a minute just to, for purposes of the discussion with the board, just so everyone understands. So the 105, there's been the concepts of the 105 and the 105C. The 105 is in reference to those students that live in Livingston County but are outside of the Brighton School District. So they're in-county school of choice students. 105C refers to those students that live outside of Livingston County that would be opting potentially to go into our district under school of choice. So and that's important to keep those distinctions in mind as we try to maneuver through these various options. The problem is obviously what happened was we, consistent with our historical practice, we adopted an unlimited school of choice program for the 2020-2021 school year on February 10th. Obviously, it was before COVID, before any of us really knew what was going to happen this school year and where we find ourselves now. And because we made that option, we are still at that point. The question that was raised as we started getting feedback after our meeting last week, where we adopted or we approved our return to learning plan, we still offered the in-person option and the virtual options. And subsequent to that, we started getting a lot of requests from students, I believe primarily out of county, more 105C students, but there were a few apparently 105 students as well. And as Dr. Suri mentioned, and Ms. Irvine mentioned, it potentially compromised a couple of the key components of what we based our decision on for our return to learning plan, and that was to avoid, and to maximize whatever we could for social distancing for those students that did go to BVA. And the other was obviously because part of it was based on our community spread within Livingston County being so low, that could get compromised if now we had a spike of students from out of county that would then be entering our unlimited school of choice program at this juncture. I think there's also a third component that actually hasn't even been raised in this material, and that is we have a significant number of students who have opted to go the BVA route or the MVA route, and we have, as part of our plan, we have stated you have to stay there at least through the first semester. You have to commit to that first semester. Students who have gone that route could then transition back to the in-person platform that we may have at that point. And the problem is that if we continue to have a significant influx of students at this point, either 105C or 105 students that come in and take those in-person spots now, that could also compromise the ability of our students in January that want to opt to come back into the classroom. And becomes a space problem. So I think in addition to the safety issues that have been identified, I believe that's a third very important consideration that we need to keep in mind when we are making whatever decision we may make tonight regarding this program. So with regard to so with that background, I'd like to now ask a few questions of Ms. Irvine regarding the options that have been presented in the proposed resolution. So option A, Ms. Irvine, is for us to terminate our participation in for 105C, for unlimited 105C in the 2020-2021 school year. And we would, and so that would just be an outright termination. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Right.
Okay. And so if we did A, and it says that we would be, A proposes to terminate our unlimited 105C school of choice program for students in grades 1 through 12. Would that not include pre-K or K?
So in February, when you approved the election for the 2021 school year, You already chose not to offer unlimited out-of-county school of choice to JK kindergarten. You did not choose to do that. You only chose to offer in-county for JK and kindergarten. And that was part of the February 10th resolution.
And so when you say that the JKK unlimited was for in-county?
The JKK unlimited that you approved in February was for only within county. So it was only 105 that you approved as unlimited for JK and K. So you had already decided you weren't going to accept any JK or K students from out of county.
So going back to A, if we were to adopt this resolution, this particular option, then there would be no out-of-county school of choice students for grades 1 through 12 that would be allowed for the 2020-2021 school year. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be what would be different than your February election. Yes.
And so if we did that and we terminated the unlimited school of choice for the 105C students, would that also terminate the ability of all out-of-county students that have participated in our school of choice instruction even for like last year? So
no. If we have chosen and accepted students under prior school of choice programs, we're obligated to them. So once we accept them and they start with us, they are our students. So it does not matter, what their place of origin is, in terms of how they came into the district. They're ours. They don't go anywhere. It's only the newly enrolled 105C. So we have 29 students who have newly enrolled in 105C that have not come to our school district at all yet. They haven't stepped foot in any of our buildings or been a part of any of our programs yet. Those are the students that we would have to retroactively deny. So we have sent them letters of acceptance. We would have to go back and say to them, our school district changed its election, and 105C is no longer available to you. So that is what we would have. That's our obligation to those that are newly enrolled at this time. But anyone who's been in the program, and there are about 145 105C students in our count in February, all of those students would stay.
Okay.
go ahead. If you want to chime in on that, yeah.
Yeah, just a couple of questions that I have, and thank you for that. That last question was one that that was heavy. Do we know, so the 29 newly enrolled students, do we know for school of choice, is that both out of county and Livingston County, or is that just?
No, that's just out of county. We have 110 approved for in county.
Okay, and 100.
And most of those are kindergarten. Or most of them being just about around, let's say most, like 51%.
Okay.
So there are quite a few kindergarten, and that's been routinely the case. So every year we usually accept about 135, last year was 135 new school of choice students from within the county. So they are, we have about 830 maybe from out of district, but within county. So they've been a pretty heavy component of our stable ongoing enrollment. So if you were to decide, hey, we're not going to do that either, we're going to have to go back and tell a lot of students. And I mean, close to 100 students that we're no longer going to be able to offer them in county. And again, a lot of that, most of that is our kindergarten, and that feeds our program for years to come. And because in-person schooling is happening for all the other districts in our county, we're really talking about people who probably would have chosen school of choice into Brighton in any year that we would have started school. And it's not an effort to move to a preferred modality.
Okay,
And, that it sounds to me, as you pointed out, Ms. Irvine, that not only are those numbers in line with what we normally see, but they're a little bit lower.
Yes.
We would normally see, so it's certainly not the district considering taking on a burden that we don't normally accept and don't normally welcome into our district, right?
Right, correct.
and so actually that point, thank you, because I'm trying to gauge how big of a problem, or if we even have a problem that's going on right now. We also know how social media works, that
Yeah.
media can create a firestorm, and we may have, so do we have a problem or do we not have a problem is really the question. And what I'm trying to get at here is, out of the 29 newly enrolled students out of county, and out of the 110 newly enrolled in county, how many of those have come to Brighton and enrolled since August, what was the date?
12th.
12th, that we approved our school, our return.
Well, relative to the application rate before, we did see an acceleration at 12. And by acceleration, we had I believe six South Lyon students that enrolled. That day we had about approximately close to that from Pinckney. And some other out of county. We're sitting on 11 applications that we have not processed at this time. Since that was just since Thursday. So when we talk about, this is really just 20 students, but there are 20 students in the span of maybe 4 days. And when we consider that our total 105C enrollment generally, is 29 up to this point, and it's generally about 30. We're talking about maybe a 600, 700, 800 % increase, in terms of the rate. So yes, it was there does seem to be a direct correlation between the actions that the board took and decisions to choose Brighton from out of county.
So, and also, I think, Mr. Birchfield, to answer your question, it's a potential problem.
Right.
And there's a
Right.
window of opportunity to take action so that a potential problem might not happen. Or you decide to move forward
Well,
without doing
and
that.
here's another concern that I did not initially raise when I was starting to frame this concern, is that based on the new legislation 59, House Bill 5913, the district is no longer going to receive 90% of their student funding in October for their students. So normally, if a school of choice student comes in, we get 90% of their total FTE in October. We're set. We have the funding to cover that cost. Well, this year now, 75% of that student's funding, or the district's funding, is going to be based on the student count in the spring. So those students won't be calculated in that. Only 25% will be in the fall. And if they are truly here just for in-person, the question you have to ask is, if South Lyon offers in-person prior to count day, these individual students may leave and go back to their resident district. And we would not have the opportunity to have any revenue associated with the costs incurred.
Right. It's also possible, I think, if we're thinking about, I think in the way we were thinking right now, we're hoping for the best, we're talking about one trimester. But we could be doing this second term, and which this whole thing could re-evolve and even be bigger potentially at that point, and it's more inclined to want to get more kids in person. If I could just get clarification, option C, which was your recommendation, I understand that. If I understand this, correct me if I'm wrong. This would undo what we passed in February, allowing 105C into our regular school program.
Yes.
Improve the Brighton Virtual Academy to be a virtual option for the 105Cs, And that
Right.
would be where they would be able to apply for that only, not within the contents of the building, correct?
Correct.
So we would be offering a 105C only in the option of a virtual academy at that point, to anyone outside of our Livingston County district.
Correct. Right. Mhm.
What would happen to the 29 already enrolled?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Under this plan, what would happen to the 29 that are already enrolled?
Well, yeah, so we would go back to the 29 and basically say we no longer have no longer have an unlimited SOC program, school of choice program for out of county for students in grades 1 through 12. However, we do have an unlimited program for a virtual academy, and you may enroll there if you would like to do that.
And this would keep us safe for the rest of the year?
That would be our election for the full year, correct? And they would, any 105 student that went over to the virtual academy instead would not have the option to have an in-person experience this year.
I think, I believe we go back to an unlimited school of choice. We have an opportunity to open an unlimited school of choice for
Second semester. Mhm.
the second semester. So we
Correct.
Right. And so we theoretically, we could, if we were to go with C, we could go to unlimited school of choice in the second semester, which could then allow a certain number of students from out of county into the district, if depending on the set of circumstances we're dealing with.
So
Right.
this current concern, and obviously we can change it as we go, at least in the second trimester.
Right.
So we're not locked into this entirely in case we get back to normal.
Well, right. And what has really come from this whole inquiry is that there are no restrictions, at least anything in the law that prohibits a district from making the election one way or another at any point in time. So, the semester is a natural break, and certainly it would be unwise for a district to handle that in a cavalier way, of course, without some intentionality. But yeah, we do have that option at all times to make the unlimited either stop or start.
Well, I don't think we're coming up with this, we're going to expect for us to try to work on it. If it is appropriate this time, I would make a motion to appropriate. Okay, we'll continue downstairs.
So, Mr. Irvin, I have a question. So the 29 newly enrolled that, under the 105C, these would not be anyone that are any students who have family members, any siblings or anything like that, are siblings?
Yeah, it wouldn't, even if they were a sibling of one of our current students, they still would not be able to enter under this. So only if we have, if we are choosing not to participate in an unlimited or limited for those grade levels, then even siblings aren't included in. So I can't break down for you now who of those 29 are actually siblings. I don't know that.
Okay,
But I'm sorry, Dr. Krebs, though, that I think one thing I want to make sure we're clear on, in my own mind too. Ms. Irvine, did you say that 20 of the 29 are newly enrolled since August 12th? Is that correct?
No, 9 of the 29 were enrolled in 2 days, right after the board approved it.
Okay, 9.
Yes, the others are in the hopper. In fact, we have 34 that are in the hopper or in the queue for it for us to approve. But that does not, very specifically in terms of 105C, at this point, we are at 11. Those are waiting to go in. from the out of county.
All right, now the numbers are starting to mix up here. So,
They are. Okay, so you have 29 students we've enrolled to date from 105C.
that we've enrolled to date, that means that we've given them, they
Acceptance letter.
accepted
Yep.
it, and are all 29 of those, have they been accepted in prior to August 12th?
They were accepted prior to August 13th when we froze it. So on the 12th, that 29 includes 9 out of school, out of county that were enrolled on the 12th and the 13th of August. So we have 11 that are still waiting and are sitting in a queue waiting and this is just from South Lyon. We have 11 that are sitting there that we have not offered any approval to. And that is above and beyond the 29.
Is there a way, if we find that some of these are siblings of kids that are already in our program, is there a way to differentiate them and allow them in and send letters to the rest?
No, that would be under a limited program that we could say we're going to have a lottery and our first priority goes to siblings. So we either fully participate or we fully do not for a specific program. And that's the important distinction that keeps us clear from the statutory timelines that we'd be in violation of.
Could you find out if there are any of these that have siblings already in the, like tomorrow night's meeting?
Yes.
That would help me if I find out there's none of the siblings.
But
Yeah.
I don't think, I mean,
I think it's unfortunate.
so we can't really get into discussion. It's more a question right now, I mean, unless we're gonna have a motion.
So then what would happen to the 110 students that are approved in county students?
Well, nothing if we choose to leave 105 alone. So if we decided if we decided we wanted to really to stop all of our school of choice programming, whether they're in county or out of county, that is option B or D. If we wanted to do that, we could stop it altogether. We could direct them, we could do unlimited 105 and 105C for the BVA. So we could direct all of them to that virtual online program if we wanted to do that. But if we choose to just address the out of county, then all of those in county stay protected. They continue on their unlimited JK through 12 like you approved in February.
And option C does that, right?
Option C does that. It leaves all that 110 intact and there's no need to move that.
How many of the 110 are newly enrolled on August 12th and 13th?
That I don't have the number for. I was watching those 105C.
So of the 110, you said about half of them were JKK. Go back to funding. Where does the 75, they were counted last year?
Well, no, and that's a really interesting question because the implications of a district that is losing students or gaining. So I think the way they rationalize it, is that you're going to get 75% of your spring count, which are going to include seniors that you wouldn't be counting this year. And that should offset the number of kindergarten students this year you can't count. Does that make sense?
Mhm. So, Ms. Irvine, this is Alicia Reed. I've got a couple of questions.
Yes.
So when we do an unlimited school of choice, I mean, obviously, we're not obligated to take more students than we have seats for. So do we have an opportunity to define the number of seats that we have available, or is that only available to us when we have a limited school of choice?
That is only available in limited. So in unlimited, you have to accept everyone who has been approved or who submits their application and would be eligible, meaning that They didn't have a suspension or an expulsion. So otherwise, or they would be eligible for it. You would have to let all of them in, and you would have to make space for them. And that's why there are many districts who work to control their enrollment by opting every year for limited and then just very narrowly, um, placing the positions that are available.
Okay. And is there an opportunity to require a year-long commitment from anybody that we let in the door, or we have no control over whether someone leaves?
Well, every student has a right to their resident district, unless, of course, they're considered a threat to health and safety of their other students, but they have a right to their resident district. It's only when they try to go to a district other than their resident district that they fall under the timelines and the windows and the rules of school of choice. So when these individuals come to us, they can at any time return to their resident district. They couldn't go to another school of choice district unless there was a release if they were outside of that window.
Okay.
Or they move.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have a couple follow-up questions, Ms. Irvine. So going back to the 110 that we've already approved for in-county school of choice, you said 51% were JK and K, is that right?
Right, approximately 51%.
And those overall numbers, comparing to our historical experience, is actually lower than what we have typically seen, is that right?
For kindergarten, it's about normal, a little bit lower, but it compares pretty closely on the kindergarten side.
And for the JK and K, as I understand it from what you said earlier, we, as part of our resolution in February, we are already in a limited school of choice for those grades, right?
Where it's not limited, you're an unlimited 105 only.
So
So when I say your kindergarten numbers are a little bit lower, it's not because of your in-county, it's because you've stopped any out-of-county from coming in. But we have not approved any form of limited. It's all unlimited for certain grades. So the law allows us to be unlimited for certain grades, schools, or program. But if you sign up for unlimited, you have to take everyone who applies within a window of time. If you choose as a district to be limited, then you fall under a notice provision of 10 days. Then you have a 15 to 30-day window in which people apply. And that window has to close by the first Friday of your first week of school, which is why it bumps back to the first or second Friday in August that happens. And then you have to choose on a lottery basis who comes in. So we've never chosen a limited. We've always chosen unlimited, but we can be unlimited very intentionally. So we were unlimited 105 for JK and K, and then unlimited both 105 and 105C for grades 1 through 12.
Is there, Mr. Ryan, Angela Krebs, is there any penalty for changing this now?
There's no penalty. What a lot of the research that we did was to gauge that. So if we don't comply with school of choice rules as outlined by statute, there is a 5% penalty against all of your school aid. So if we were to take a gamble and move from unlimited to limited, where we could accept the students, the siblings of the students that are there, or be very selective. We only have a few spots in this program classroom, but a few slots elsewhere. If we decided to do that, we are overtly and obviously in conflict with the law about timeline. And in that case, we could be, if anyone tried to push that, we could be penalized 5% of our entire student aid, our state aid for our district, which is a very severe penalty. It's meant to be a deterrence. And it would be. Now, we have gotten both legal counsel and MDE confirm that the law does not contemplate districts who make choices and changes related to unlimited. So we are not in danger of losing 5% for unlimited status changes.
Sharon, this is Edmentum virtual option. What does Edmentum mean?
So Edmentum is a platform, it's a virtual school platform, much like Florida Virtual or Michigan Virtual. It's a competitor of Florida Virtual, Michigan Virtual. So it's an online virtual school where the curriculum is taught by Edmentum teachers online. So it's not our teachers, it's the teachers through Edmentum. And we would have a mentoring component of teachers that are hired through BAS to do some mentoring, but they would not be doing the direct instruction.
Okay, so I guess I didn't understand before. These kids were not going to the BBA, per se, they were going to.
Yeah, they wouldn't involve BEA at all. It would be, it is intended to be marketed to our shared services market. All of those that are really out of our school district, they're out of county. And if they are in their contiguous counties, they can get core programming through this, where to date, our shared services has only offered, obviously the non-essential, the electives to our shared services schools. So this would give us the option to provide a virtual school for some of those shared services families who may be in an in-person instructional environment and want a virtual experience.
So my question then is this a program that we already have available in our shared service, or is it something we have to purchase?
No, this is a program that has started this year or is in the works as the BVA has unfolded the need for a specific option for those families and those parochial schools that are under our shared services. They wanted an option that would not necessarily be directly connected with Brighton curriculum K-12.
Is there a cost associated with setting this up?
There is a cost per student that's enrolled. That's about $3,300, comparable to MBA.
The licenses for Edmentum?
Yes.
So if you look at option C, it's very clear to approve Brighton Virtual Academy Edmentum virtual option as a program for Brighton area schools. So that's part of it's different actually than school choice. That has to be approved as well, so that, again, to protect the shared services supports.
So what, I guess my concern is, especially now, since the funding is different, much different, and less for these kids, the new ones.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a substantial cost that would be above the amount that we can expect to get this right now from them? In other words, is a 25% can at least cover their enrollment?
I'm gonna have to ask Sharon to address that, because that's a good question. Sharon, are you following the question?
You're asking if there's a cost impact to us.
Yeah.
We only get 25% of the funding and we get charged 50% of a per pupil allocation.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't work out very nicely, very carefully. Yeah.
Well, it would even be worse if we went that route. They enrolled in the Edmentum BBA starting September 8th, and then, not to pick on South Lyon, but before the student count for the 25% funding in the fall happens, South Lyon opens back up as in person, then all of a sudden all those students drop and go back to South Lyon. Now we're gonna get zero we're not even gonna get 25% of the funding for those students, because they will have gone back to their original district.
And comparably, if the district, our district, found that for whatever reasons, that whether it's quarantine reasons or infection increase, that we went to remote, would they also move for that reason? Yeah.
Mhm.
So what's the rationale in offering that virtual program to the 105C students?
So I think the original interest in the BVA was to capture a virtual market that complemented our shared services market. So looking past the pandemic itself, we know that there's a need and urgency now, but there may be a long-standing instructional option that we can be taking advantage of in normal times for the shared services arena who may want to consider some virtual online 100%. So it was really looking past this and looking to something that has the potential to grow into something that will make money later on.
Would it be better to do that if we get beyond this 25% situation? And can we still do out the speed without that?
Possibly.
I'm hearing.
I
I think what we're hearing though, correct me if I'm wrong, Sharon, is that going even option C has a risk, a financial risk.
It does.
Financial risk based on funding received from the outside district. And there's
Right.
scenarios that could come into play that could impact that, whether that be home district decides to go back in person and student leaves that semester when home district goes back to in person, et cetera. Right?
Yeah, I do think though, the longer vision on the BVA Admentum assumed that we weren't necessarily dealing with purely reactive situations in those shared services, that this might be a longer term commitment than one that's kind of grown with the anger and frustration of a nearby district who did not have the options they wanted. Go
If I
ahead.
could jump in, I actually would be uncomfortable separating those things out because I think it's integral that the Edmonton program is protected under option C. So when we first as we were building the Brighton Virtual Academy, the thought was to have Brighton teachers, live teachers. But this was all designed around the needs of Brighton area schools for 1 year with a virtual academy, but also our entire, I believe, 13,000 students who are in our shared services program in our non-public schools, having something to offer those families and those schools. And over time, we realized that wasn't sustainable to have live teachers for those students. So we're contracted with Edmentum. It's a vendor. It's a third party, asynchronous instruction completely. The program itself is the instructor. The teacher of record is the content, and there'd just be mentors that support that, right? So that'd be K-8 or it might be K-12. I don't want to misspeak that. So there's a shared services side of BVA, and then there's the Brighton area school side of BVA, and that's the one you hear about all the time. And that's the one with Brighton school teachers and Brighton curriculum in there, right? So this is like different, but we still have to protect this because, like I said, that's to protect our whole shared services program. So I wouldn't want to separate that out.
I've got one question. These students that are already in shared services, would we be getting 75% of their funding this year? Whatever, I know it's different for every district.
Yes. Well, whatever our spring count was.
Okay.
So for the shared services side, now, it grows by 10% each year.
Right.
We can grow them, and we're going to have to, we won't be getting the full 90% in the beginning of the year like we would have normally. So this is really a difficult funding formula for districts that are in perpetual growth.
I guess my point is, Sharon, so the majority of the people in here, basically all of them except for the newcomers, or the small number we're talking about, in front of us would be at 75% because they're already with us. So we only covering a cost associated with this program on the new people that are just coming this year.
Right,
So
that is correct.
it's not as big of an impact as I first thought,
So-
taking this through.
So another way of looking at this though is if it's only 25%, that's 25% we don't have. It's these students, because shared services, that funding will be affected by the 75-25. This is a new program to meet a need that shared services is finding, or really it's not shared services, it's the non-public schools are finding the same things we're finding. Parents don't want to send their kids to, in-person schooling. Parents want these options, so we're providing a service that.
So it will cover itself.
Yes.
Is what I'm getting. We're not going to be reaching into our pockets and funding this for a year and a year of uncertainty. Is kind of what I'm getting.
It's helping to retain those 13,000 students for the non-public schools as a service.
But since it's a 105C, is it only for the shared services that are in contiguous counties? Because aren't some of shared services?
That's a yes and a no, but it's a yes, but that's how shared services is done, is by contiguous counties or by partnerships with contiguous counties. That's how it's
Well, it's not, no, shared services doesn't have anything to do with contiguous counties. The contiguous county is for school of choice, and that's what lets us offer them core. So up to this point, when we serve a shared services market, we are offering the electives. We are not offering the core. And that's the huge distinction that allows us to have a shared services program. And that's one reason why we have to keep an eye on the electives that we keep in our school program and keep those viable and running so that they stay consistent and they're allowed. So we can keep that entire program. But to date, we have had no service provided to those communities that have been core curriculum. And the only way we can offer a core curriculum is if those schools are also in a contiguous county or in county, because they can come under 105 as well as 105C, then they enroll as a school of choice. The shared services side believes that they can market this virtual program to collect some additional interest and participation. And ultimately, if this embeds itself into our long-lasting instructional footprint, we're really talking about converting from getting little portions of FTEs from parochial schools, but also getting the full one, the full FTE.
But I think the confusion, and I think it goes back to your question, Ken, is, I mean, we're trying to use the Edmentum virtual option platform to serve two masters. One master is non-core curriculum for our shared services, and now we want to leverage that platform to now provide all curriculum.
Well, we get to offer shared services. It has nothing to do with school of choice. It has to do with a completely different section of the law.
Right.
So yeah,
I understand the distinction, usually the sort, but in terms of the platform, the virtual platform, it's going to serve the two different groups. So the question I have then is, if we don't, do we already have in place the Edmentum virtual option for shared services, the non-core curriculum?
We do through school financial solutions.
So no matter what we decide with regard to this and how it might impact the ability of 105C students to migrate to the Edmentum, it's not going to affect our ability to provide that to our shared services program.
right. Although we're starting it now, it has not been in place prior to this year.
No, I understand.
Okay, got it. Okay, so yeah, you're right. We are definitely choosing the resolution language is just to protect the decision to open unlimited in an alternative in a different program. So when we close down the unlimited for our grades 1 through 12, we are by board resolution declaring the BVA Admentum a program, that we are then choosing unlimited school of choice for that program. So that's what keeps us within the law that says that we can choose unlimited for a program, versus looking at the BVA as just an extension of our current school district's instructional profile.
So
Does that make sense?
just quickly, I just want to jump in. I believe our last superintendent candidate today articulated the complexities of shared services and you know, very intelligent gentleman, and yet he admitted that this is something he had to learn. So it's very complicated. I do want to tell you, my phone is blowing up a little bit with very smart people, our other two assistant superintendents as well. They just want everyone to know, and I appreciate this. When we keep talking about that 25%, the calculation for funding, it's not that easy. There's actually a complicated formula that combines spring and the fall of last year, so it's not a flat 25%. It could be
Right.
more than that, blended.
Right. Right.
So I just saying that because now they can stop texting me that.
Yes.
And
Yes.
others.
Yes. It is oversimplified for sure.
Well, but I think one of the things that I want to have clear in my head, so by opening the Admentum virtual option outside of shared services and as a school of choice option, that's a different segment of students that we didn't necessarily serve, likely did not serve last year.
Correct.
Would we be outlaying initially for the first semester more money than the state is going to give us for that student in that first semester?
Yeah, I think that's the complicated formula that Mike would be better able to assess on that. So because I think it may be close, so depending on that, how that blend goes.
Because I mean, that's certainly, you know, there are a number of districts around the state that are offering virtual options to their students. So, you know, it's not like we're the only game in town and we should see a flood of folks that just wanted a virtual option. But if we're attracting students that want a virtual option that are likely to make a different choice for the second semester, because perhaps things have gotten better. The work that we're all doing to flatten the curve again and keep the virus under control works, and everybody wants to be back in person in January. If those students are returning to their home district and no longer with us in the spring, did Brighton just take the hit financially to provide that student with an education for the first semester that we're not being fully compensated for? And I don't, you know, I want to take care of everybody, but I don't want our district to be taken advantage of.
I don't think so, because you're paying, you're investing in one student at a time. You're signing them up one student at a time. So that's a cost. And Sharon, did you have the cost of what Admentum is for?
In our last meeting, it was 3,300. But what I did ask Jack to research is whether that would be prorated if they weren't there for the full year. So if they are there for only for a semester, for instance, will we be assessed at a full amount? And he was going to check on that.
I think for the purposes of this conversation, where I'm landing is there's still some questions we need answers to in order to make an appropriate decision. I think one is, what is the cost implication to the district? Is there a cost implication or is there not? You know, are we whole? Are we, you know, in the black? Are we in the red? What is it? I think I'd like to know how many 105s, those that live in the county, came in after or on August 12th or 13th. So how many did we gain from in-county after we voted on the return to school? How many 105s are going BVA? How many 105Cs from the 20, so to those that were registered before August 12th, plan to go BVA? And what grades are 105C from the 20? So those that registered before the 12.
So just so you know, all the numbers that I've given you are for our brick and mortar. They aren't the BVA registered ones. So there are additional that may be that are going to be in the BVA. So we can separate that out.
I can tell you, and Sharon, just double check my numbers, but I think the last I heard was around 30 students were out of district that were coming to the BVA. Most of the students in the BVA are our own students who are just choosing not to be in-person instruction.
So,
I think that's what I heard
Dr.
yesterday.
Sharif, you just said about 30 students you think are BVA 105C students,
I'm gonna say they're 105 students.
105.
They're
Are
in
there
county.
any 105C students you think?
I don't know.
BVA.
They don't know that. I want to think no, because the reason why they're coming to us from
Right.
across the county line is they want in-person instruction. But I can't say that
But
specifically
then,
though.
would this mean that there could be no 105C students in BVA? They would have to be in BVA at Renton.
That's how this is set up, so that we really don't want them coming in from out of county into the Brighton Virtual Academy, because at the end of the term, they could say, well, now I want brick and mortar, I want in-person. And then we'd have to find a seat for them, and this is another way of coming into the district. So that's the other reason why Edmentum is being offered to the continued students from out of county.
So that at the end of the day, there's two issues here. Certainly there's a potential financial impact, but more importantly, there's a health and safety issue. And I think that's ultimately what the priority, from my standpoint. I mean, I don't want us to be in a position where we're losing money, but we've got to look at this from a health and safety, I think, first and foremost. And so that's why these questions I just asked, I think, are really important to help form our ultimate decision on, what are the plans of both in county and out of county. To me, school of choice is school of choice, whether they're coming from out of county or they're in county. If these are individuals that are coming into the building and increasing density versus reducing density, we've got to factor that in.
Yeah. I have one follow-up question. I don't know if you ready to know the answer to this, Sharon, but if we either tonight or tomorrow night, whenever we make our decision, only address the 105C and we terminate what our unlimited plan was for the 105C and then approve a new plan, whether we go addendum or not, doesn't really matter for purposes of my question. And we leave the 105 alone for right now. If 4 weeks from now, we're still in person and one of the in-county districts, for whatever reasons, decide, because now under the new law, every 30 days, every district has to revisit their return to learning plan. And if in 30 days, one of the in-county districts decide they're going to just go all virtual, would we be potentially exposed? Two questions. One, would we be potentially exposed at that point to a massive application of new in-county students who want to enroll because we still are in person? And if so, could we at that point modify our unlimited 105 plan like we would be doing tonight or tomorrow night for just the 105C? That's my two-part question.
Yeah, I think your complication there, and I think we need legal counsel on that, because your complication is that by that point, your 105 students are already in your schools and they've started their programs. So whether you can go back and retroactively deny and say, we changed our mind, we're now not an unlimited 105 school or district, or have, our program for JK through 12, where right now, because we haven't started school yet, we can go back and withdraw our acceptance and admission for all of these 105Cs that we that haven't started in our school. But once we've started school, we're not going to be able to pull that back from them. So we really will probably be limited. Or I don't want to use that word because it's confusing, but we may not have the same options available to us until second semester as our next break. And you could at second semester decide to, close down your unlimited school of choice for 105 at that point. But let me ask that question of our council so that I have a better answer for you tomorrow on that.
Yeah, because I guess I don't understand the distinction, Karen. If we don't change our 105 designation right now, or we start school and these 110 that have already been approved, let me back up. If we terminate our unlimited in-person 105 right now, then these 110 that have already been approved, they will no longer be eligible. Is that right?
Right, that's correct.
So
At this time, if we decided we don't have our 105 program, that's correct. The ones that we've newly accepted and haven't started in our school. So it may be as simple as because they've started in our school, we're already bound to those 105 students accepted to date, so that if we, change to unlimited, that there is no penalty to those we've already enrolled and have started. That's possible. I just need to get that answer from
right, and
you.
that's my question, because I wouldn't want to penalize those kids, but
Right.
if all of a sudden we've got a massive influx
Right.
because Collegeville decided to, go all virtual, and now, 300 Collegeville students want to come to, in person.
Right.
That would be my concern.
Right. Yeah, let me ask that question and I'll have a better answer for that.
Do we normally accept school of choice students in the middle of the term other than?
No, it's the window of time that we would do that. So that might all already be,
Okay.
yeah, it may be its own.
Yeah, I mean, everything we're talking about is just unprecedented.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Fair enough. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we normally process a whole bunch of school of choice applications in, say, October. Unless we had, a family that moved out of district but wants to keep their
Right.
seat.
Right. Yeah, that's the correct answer.
A lot of school of choice, up, probably up to about the week before school starts, and then it's just completely shut off. Right. Be my guess. I mean, once people are in school, they're in school. But my only other request on this would be that, I mean, can we get this in a format for the board in like a chart or some, laid out in a graphic that we can.
I love charts.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
excellent. Thank you.
All right.
Are you asking for a presentation? Is that kind of what you're thinking?
No, not a presentation, but just something that each of us can have in front of us that's.
Yep.
Just, visual.
Yep, no problem.
Break it down a little bit easier to digest.
No, thank you for pulling us all together.
Absolutely.
I know we've been waiting for feedback from the Michigan Department of Education, from legal counsel. I mean, there's been a lot of moving pieces, and I appreciate what you've done, Sharon. It's just a lot of, I said earlier, there's so many layers of this onion to try to figure out,
Yes, for sure.
Great.
For sure.
One of the things that I feel like we have a way out. I feel like I see that we do have a way out.
Yeah. Figure out which is the best.
Yeah.
And the one thing about the in-county, you have to understand, all the districts are in the same boat. We could go online or remote, and then will they be prepared around us to take students? And I can hear superintendents right now saying absolutely we'll be prepared to take the students. But the reality of that could overwhelm their system this year. So we're in a relationship in this county that's very unique. And trying to move together as much as possible, because we've said all along, this isn't the year to compete. It's the year to support.
Yeah, and I think it's important to emphasize that the whole purpose, again, of this conversation at this board table is based on health and safety factors. This is not related to wanting to exclude people out of our district, or, I mean, these are very difficult decisions with probably people that, have, in some cases, probably have their heart set on being here in this district, and we're preparing to be in this district. And I know that, just the stress of now us delaying, a vote on this is gonna cause some angst. So I think it's important that we just acknowledge that we recognize that, but that, the only reason we're having this conversation is for health and safety reasons.
Yes.
And there is one other group that we don't talk about very much, and I think the board probably knows this group exists too. There are parents in our community that would love to send their children into in-person learning, but they've made a conscious choice because they can stay at home and they can provide an online environment to learn in. They've chosen to do this so that there's room in the schools for kids whose parents can't provide that at home. So I'm hearing from them like, hey, we don't have to do this, but if you're gonna give our seats away, that makes us very unhappy. But I mean, this is a big effort. There's a community effort to make this work. And I think we need to keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that. Okay, so I think we're all in agreement. I mean, we're not looking for I'm looking more for consensus.
So just to make it a little bit more formal, I propose that we table this and move it to the agenda for tomorrow's meeting to add as a for action item 7 to tomorrow's agenda.
Yeah, I agree. Consensus, cool.
Can we do that already with the worried about it being 18 hours?
It's almost 24 hours until we talk about it tomorrow, right?
Well, if the meeting starts at 6.
Well, we can add it as an agenda
It
item.
won't be 9 until 9.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can.
Okay.
This wouldn't be on until 9 o'clock though.
I know, but in terms of when we have to post the.
Oh, I'm
I'm not
sorry.
talking about in terms of when we have to post the agenda and the material, but we can revise.
But we
the
can always
agenda.
amend the
Ms. Star
agenda.
says we can do it, we can do it.
I was gonna say, it's already out here today on the 18th, and if you guys just take the motion, maybe we can just amend the agenda to include it tomorrow.
Yep.
That's fine.
That's fine.
If Star says it can be done, it can be done.
That's right.
Thank you, Ms. Ackerman.
All right. So, unless the board has a desire to try to pull another 2:15 meeting AM, like last Tuesday night, I think we'll move to special board meeting, superintendent interviews again tomorrow night, Wednesday, August 19th, 2020 at 6 p.m. And again, with finalists being determined or expected to be determined on Friday, August 21st, 2020 at 5 p.m. Our next regular meeting, our board meeting would be Monday, August 24th, 2020 at 7 p.m. And so with that, this meeting is adjourned. See everybody tomorrow night. And the next night, and the next night.
Actually,